You guys, can you guys hear me? Oh my god, this Tesla trade. Holy shit. I can't believe it actually moved the ranges that we measured yesterday. How many of you guys were tuned in to yesterday's stream into the close? How many were tuned in yesterday? The crazy thing is I completely forgot about my ES and my SPY position because I just stopped watching ES because this thing has been moving insane. I'm so glad so I held those runners yesterday on Tesla, remember? Tesla, I held those and I held like the one Netflix contract because Tesla had a very good odd of getting a cleared trade today. Like those contracts are already up like 900%. That's nuts. Look at this. This is crazy. Look. There it is. This is the 386.90. Okay, this is the spot. I think I would maybe be a little bit comfortable covering a little bit here just because I haven't had any covers yet. And this is like a bigger overhead, but this thing is on its way to 403, 404. Okay, this is the first area, so just give me 1 second. I think I'll cover a little bit here just because it would be kind of stupid not to. You know? Always start my streams at the worst times. Want to make sure I didn't miss a cover there because that's a big area. And it tapped it to the exact penny. 386.90. That was a measured spot, you guys. So I calculated these. These are not like off a chart or anything. See if they can bring it back. You probably don't want it to stall. Thank you so much. You probably don't want it to stall much longer though than like a few minutes here. And this is probably the reduction of this range in here. Do you see this? So let's see, like the overall reduction is 360, 361, 256. So it's implying that if they break, maybe they break it to like this 389 spot. Overall reduction was like 361. Maybe if they take this area out, they have a chance of breaking it closer to like here, 390. Let's just see. I'll give it like 2 more minutes. I did cover some here, guys, off that 957 stick, which so far is the high. I think that was a good cover. Covering some there, because that's a huge move. Like, I know it could obviously still move a lot more, and it's still super early. But this was like the 10 o'clock flip, so I wanted to see if they brought it back over the 384 before then, and they did before 10. So that means it wants to stay in this realm in this next hour. Yeah, I covered a lot of the ones that I already had from yesterday, and like 2 of the contracts I bought this morning. It would be just stupid not to. Do you know what I mean? Like, sorry guys. I had started the stream, but I had to make sure I managed that. I was like, I was gonna cover here initially, but when I saw how it acted at 382, I was like, no, this is definitely going to 386.90. and it's probably going to break this wall right now and go to this 390 spot. Just give it, especially if it breaks within this 2-3 minute range. Just give it a second here. I just want to see. That's just an insane move though. Wow. It was like a 900% trade for me this morning. That's crazy. Okay, we'll see if we can get some nice structure breaks here. That's a really nice move on liquidity here. Netflix, I only had that one contract. I didn't like that it stalled right here. I covered it because it was still in profit from yesterday, but you could easily have taken it back down here off this 1194. This was just another trade. NVIDIA, I kind of liked how it was moving today a lot more than how it was moving yesterday. I feel like this could be a runner today too, actually. NQ stalled right at our 24062. These calculated ranges, remember that we talked about yesterday? This was actually really, really, really clean. And look at where it held right off our calculated spots of like 23,968, 970, 971. These were all manually calculated. Look at where it held. It held it to like the exact penny. That's crazy. Do you see this? Like perfect hold. And I think we need back over like this. We have to hold this 24,008 mark. And I think it just has to get back over this this area here, like 24,034, 3641, and then break this 62 wall so we can get our 24,087 target. This was on NQ. But I am long ES, guys. I just kind of got distracted with Tesla, obviously. But I did take ES long on this hold right here when I told you guys at 946. I just completely stopped watching it, though. I did update the template for you guys yesterday, too. So this is a clean template for whoever wants that. I don't know. Did I share that with you guys? I think I did. This was the shared template. Excuse me. We're still looking for the same thing though on ES. So how much of a move has this made? This 371 clearance is insane. So if this could get a 30-point move, 32-point move, do you guys see how it's already hit half of its implied range? So this area here is also half of that 31, 32, okay? So we have to really watch how it reacts here because this is what could give Tesla another 17 to 16-point break. And it's still so early, which is why technically we do have enough time for that to kind of trigger today. So this kind of range in here. I think when we were measuring yesterday, there was like 22 to 23-point intervals. So like the 90s could have a lot of confluence today too, but this is a really big spot, especially off opening range. And this thing opened right off that 370, 83, 371 spot that I mentioned yesterday as being a really big overhead area for this one. There was one other name that... Oh, okay, open still stalled 11. I don't know if this one will get a turnaround today, but... I like how NQ is moving a little bit more than ES today. I feel like it's just a tiny bit cleaner. Apple also was moving really nicely for some of the individual names. For anyone that held off that 227 pretty good too. This isn't my original Apple template though. Where's the original? This one here. Is it this one here? Yeah. So maybe this one gets like those 234 retests today too on Apple. Apple's actually moving super clean, you guys, off that 227, 228 hold. I didn't know if it could get the full move back to 234, 235, so I was thinking maybe to 232. So basically the range beneath here could be the reduction above here. Does that make sense? Like this range here could be the reduction beneath here, so maybe this has like some odds of getting to like here. So we'll watch around like 232 and maybe around the 233 mark. That's where I figured Apple could get to today for anyone that's trading this. So this is a big overhead coming up on Apple around 232. See if it can, and obviously if it breaks this range here and it reacts well in this area, then this could easily push to 234, 235. Just kind of watch how it reacts in here. I did do some Apple long this morning too. This was one of the better looking setups I saw. That's a nice cleared break off that 232, 232.19 area. Do you see that? Are you guys watching how it's acting here? Watch the volume here. This is an area that you want to see if there's liquidity that comes in, okay? Off this 232 mark. If you start getting buyers in this range here, then I could definitely see it pushing to 235 today. Anyone try Apple today, this morning? I didn't get a chance to talk about every single trade, unfortunately, because the market was just moving too fast. And I was typing. Okay, here we go, guys. Here's the retest here on ES. 6596.97. This is the area that we were saying that we wanted to try getting back to after holding above 65.84, 85. Overnight, I really wanted to hold upper core areas, so like 77, 78. They did breach beneath 77 just a tiny, tiny bit, like this area in here. These are like the previous calculated spots, but not by much. Like I feel like a 7.6 break, they immediately retracted it back up. Do you guys see that? So I don't think it was that bad, but I figured it might be a little bit volatile. Today's open 6596. Yesterday's close 6591. So we did get a better open today. Okay, so 6596. I would say that that's a pretty good open. Like it's not. It wasn't the best, but this definitely offsets some of this risk that we had when we closed down here yesterday. Real-time open for today's session, 65.89.75. That implied that early morning volatility, but I think they did a really good job of sustaining it here. So because our real-time open wasn't the greatest, what do we have to have happen right here? Especially in this area here, what do we have to have happen right here? Continued break here on Tesla. We're looking for that 389, 390 mark just to kind of see how it reacts over there. At this point, SPY looks so boring, doesn't it? Look at this break on Tesla. This is definitely going to test that 389, 390 wall. We'll see if this gets a bit of a break here. Apple kind of stalling right in between this 232, 233. All right, so this is a really important overhead here, guys, around this 6596, 9675, 98. This is kind of going to determine the kind of session we're going to get today, because we didn't really get the best closing spot yesterday, but we did get a good open. So which area do you think is going to help determine if they're going to actually hold this as the real-time lows? Because this could easily end up being the real-time lows today, especially if we get to where we want to get to today. Where do we want to get to today on ES? Where do we want to get to today? Especially since we never, yeah, at least, well, at a minimum, we're definitely looking for at least 6601, 6602, because we never even tested this major overhead yesterday. So that would be like the first major spot that we're going to look to see how we react here, because they could easily get it here and stall a little bit if they're going to limit range. And then we'll have maybe those odds of getting like the 6605, 6608, 6610 off session open and session close. So like today's session open, I think a 12, 13 point break is like 6609. No. Why is it doing that? Oh, I think because I had two Windows and OBS opened. Thanks, Vince, for saying something. I don't know why no one else did. I didn't notice that. Did you capture the Tesla trade? So on a 22-point break, we could maybe see some confluence around like 6618 today. I don't know if we'll get like full zone breaks because so far it is an inside day. So obviously breaking yesterday's highs is what's going to determine if we can get some range today and like a little push. And that would also account for being like a 32, 34 point break from yesterday's close. So, and then today's real-time open is not the greatest. It's okay, but it could maybe still give us those breaks. So that's why we could get the 20s today. I don't know if we have enough momentum to do that today, but all I was really looking for was to see if we can get at least to these neutral ranges, like 6608, 6610, 6605. But more importantly, like at least on a break of like the 6601 break. And I was trying to make a point here, but none of you guys caught that. This is a really important point in the day, because if they can't snap this wall right here, like the 659697 area, especially around this point, then we're going to be at risk of coming back to retest these lows. Like, do you see that immediate reduction here? Because market knows that if it starts breaking this area as early as now, then it can expand range. So far already like 6-7 points back. I would bet that would have probably gotten us that 660102 test. Yeah, it would have. Do you see this, guys? This was the point in the day that they could have tried pushing 0102. So I'm trying to see how strong, like the relative strength at 9.5 to 9.8 today. Can someone write this down? Is super important, especially the timing that they do it, because that's going to determine the kind of range that we're going to get this afternoon and whether or not they actually want to break out of an inside range, because we're still stuck right now. So clearly they didn't want to break right here. And we might get a lot of back and forth. So that is an issue too. Okay. I'm going to set some alerts on these. So far a lot of this reduction here is mostly due to market understands that it really doesn't have to get some breaks as early as now if it wants to stall, delay. So this is still going to be our first overhead area. And so far that's the kind of range that this implied. I would think that like if there was continued range here, that's where we'd get like that 6605 area. Do you see this? 04. If we were to take out real-time lows, not that it's an issue, but I would just think that they would really limit us and probably stay within an inside range. Does that make sense? Because we've got way more range on downside to work with today than we do on upside. like if they were to take it all the way back. But the issue with that is I didn't really want to lose like the 6.9, 6.8, 7.1 area, right? So, and especially since they did a great job sustaining it overnight. So because they did a great job sustaining it overnight, does that leave the risk on for real time today? What do you guys think? So overnight conditions, I really wanted to hold this area in here, which they did. But, and like above 7.2 ideally, because we did such a good job holding that yesterday. But yeah, so it's not, we could technically still afford to go back down here today, but that's really going to limit us in terms of upside. Like I was hoping more or less that we would extend the upside versus retest these downside ranges first. Does that make sense? Like get to these points first since they're a little bit more calculated. And then after that, the market can do whatever it wants. Because I feel like if they bring this down, okay, and then don't retrace it back up, do you get what I'm saying? We're basically stalling a bear zone, which is very bad because that means that this could be a topping spot for the market. So it's better to at least try getting the test first. Does that make sense? Like at least tag this area first, and it would reduce the risk in the event that they come back here. Because if they came back here, then at least we have better odds of coming back and retracing. So retracing up first, since we didn't meet these criteria yesterday, is really going to help us reduce risk. Okay? Which is one reason why I would prefer that they break up first versus come back down. Hence, this is such a huge wall right here. That's a really good negation stick here back over 9.1. If they retest and hold, it would be a good entry, but we already retested these areas yesterday in real time, right? So, like, we already had the 7.1, 7.2 hold yesterday in real time, the 7.7 hold in real time. So, that's, I wouldn't care too much if we had tested 66.01.02 yesterday, if that makes sense. Like, we're already behind, basically. So we're trying to play catch up first. You know what I mean? What about Pennyland? What's going on there today? Let me tune into Bernie. I feel like I should have bought back more Tesla here on that little pullback, like the ones that I sold.
QBTS, nice 5-minute worth watching here. A lot of call activity.
I still think NVIDIA is going to be a pretty big mover today. Like, it's already gone from red to green, but I do think that this one could actually, I don't know if it could fully engulf, but I figured this thing could at least, like, come back over, like, a 75% range, like, back to, like, 179 or so. NVIDIA is worth watching today. It's a nice setup. And it actually could set up for an outside bar if they give it enough time to break. I didn't actually check to see what was moving today. Is the market even moving that much, or is it just we were in the right trades? Like, is Tesla just the market winner today? I actually never looked at the map today. I didn't actually check. I feel like we just picked the right names, though. Oh, Microsoft moved a little bit. Oracle, nice short post-earnings. UNH was still moving. Banks are flat. Banks maybe could move later today then. Energy flat, too. Maybe we see some late moves on, like, energy and banks. If ES moves, keep that in mind for later in the session today, especially on a Friday, and pre-FOMC next week. Maybe we can look at some bank positions for next week, since they're flat here. And then MU, I think, had a good move. MU? I still like the setup on the video.
There goes that QBTS.
QBTS, that's what they're watching, OPI. That open is on CNBC right now, just FYI. I'm gonna disconnect from there. MU is strong though. I think I like this setup. But I do like the banks. I feel like these could be some good positions into next week. Like, I still like the setup on City. And this is still a really nice, like, 3-bar continuation on this one. I think that's Apple crossing now. Apple back over this 233 with a single stick. This looks really good on Apple, guys, at 233. That's the exact kind of price action you want to see here. This could easily push to that 235 today. On Apple, I think this is a really clean setup on this one if anyone took those calls. I just feel like some individual names might get more traction than ES today. These were my favorite ones, but let me just check the rest of the banks. I just want to see, like, you see how a lot of these have these nice 3-bar setups today? These could be some really good positions into next week if you guys want to start adding from now. Goldman kind of stuck in an inside range. MS not bad. I would probably do... Oh, WFC actually looks really good here because this one is also more of a lower volatility play in comparison to Goldman or JPM, but these are some nice setups. Can someone check if those are getting any sort of call buying into next week? Even on XLF? XLF is also just stuck in an inside range. It could end up getting a nice flag next week into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Aw. Oh, which one? Apple? Well, you might be able to capture... where did it go? NVIDIA. I feel like NVIDIA, like, is still... It's still sitting nicely here. Obviously, there's some overhead, but I do think that it'll eventually get, like, a nice stick break of this range up here. I'm not timing this one, though, but maybe it's moving in, like, 13, 14-minute increments so far. Look at these stick breaks, guys, on Apple. That's insane. Look at that. That was exactly to that calculated spot. 233.27 is what I marked. Look at where they stalled it. 28, opened it at 26. That's nuts. This easily can push this range here on... So usually when you get an offset like this, if you clear these ranges, sometimes it could imply an extension. So if Apple extends today, which it easily could considering how early it is in the session still, and like their iPhone release obviously, this could get a push to like 237. So I think Apple, if we get good PA here, which we are around 233, 232 to 233, this could get some moves to like 236, 237 on these breaks. If anyone tried this trade on Apple, I would think of it as like maybe a 2-day setup. Okay, that's probably a little bit better, and probably has some overhead around 237 right here. Yeah, it does. Okay, that makes total sense. So 237 would be probably the move on Apple with relative strength around this 233, 232, because that's half the range, and that's that overall reduction that this thing had this morning, which it's offsetting. 3-day on Apple could also be like a nice engulfing scenario. So another thing that you could look at is if Apple gets like a break over 237, that's 50% of the range. Okay, so do you see this right here? Meaning Apple can get back to 241 probably by... there's another setup like on... This is an inside setup though. So maybe let's see which one doesn't have an inside setup for timing. 5-day has an outside. Yeah, I got that notification. 289 break, guys, on Tesla. We're gonna look at Apple for a 5-day, 6-day, 7-day. These are all potential outside bars for Apple. Apple can take out highs as early as Monday. Back to 241 for Apple. FYI, that's an outside setup. And I think it's relative to it has to hit 237 today for that to be the case. Otherwise, it could stay stuck inside because it has a lot of inside odds too. But I think if it meets these conditions today, then it could easily get those outside break scenarios as early as Monday, Tuesday, okay? Meaning it could get back to like 241, 242. What is this high here? 241. So, and our next target on Apple is this 243 spot anyway. Okay, so that's my analysis on Apple. If anyone asks me this come Monday, I'm not answering it. Because that's your answer. Look at these stick breaks on Tesla, guys, over 390. And volume coming back. Can someone document this? 1025 volume on Tesla right off that 390.39. Look at that. That's a perfect stick break. This is a perfect clearance trade. Look. Tesla's going to get that 400 mark. That's the full trade. I had to 402, 403. I don't know if they'll give us the full 402, 403 today, but that's the full trade on Tesla. This is basically a clear 31 to 32 3-point move on Tesla off this 371 spot that we talked about yesterday. So maybe if they reduce the range a little bit today, they could take it to like these spots, like overnight areas. So can someone mark these? Maybe like 399.30. These could be some overheads. 34. Okay. Yeah, they could. I didn't think it could get 403 today in like one single shot, but I mean, it's obviously moving quite a bit. So, but off overnight spots, like these areas here, like from the pre-market, they're more aligned with like 422, 399.34. So like, and then maybe it's like a after hours push or something like that, if that makes sense. Can one of you guys alert me if ES breaks 396? I don't think I have an alert set, but I need to manage my Tesla position a little bit here. Yeah, these are the areas. So, where did we open today on ES or on Tesla? 370.78. I mean, it was a really good open though. So, like that's a really, really good open. 370.78. Yeah, like that's the 403 mark. So, I don't see how it can't potentially get there, you know? Like it was just such a good open. Close to like here. This is off by 5 cents. So what is that? Hold on. Where did we open? 78? $403.10. Around the 403.08 area probably. If they give the full break from open, it's around this 10.08, like this area here. Basically our target. I think the exact level is 08. Calculated off open. And I talked about this yesterday into the close. If you go back and watch yesterday's stream, I talked about this yesterday, that Apple can, or not Apple, Tesla has a clear trade. This thing breaks 369, 371 and clears. This gets a nice push to 403. We talked about it yesterday. Minimum 382 to 386. You can see the stalls at 86, the push through 82, 83. But this is definitely on its way. And we discussed this right into the close yesterday. As like a nice, potentially cleared setup off a 32, 33 point range. I don't know if any of you guys held it overnight. You see this? This was yesterday into the close. And I really like the after hours action. It like immediately pushed to like this 369, 371 spot. On the daily, I'll show you guys here in a sec. Let's basically the full move off this break. So yesterday, do you see how like they kind of had some overhead where like this gap range is? Okay, like right around here. Look, do you see that? 370.88. Are you guys paying attention? Do you see this? So basically, where they opened here is like, okay, like, I want to show you guys. This was an exact open. So if it's moving in 32.30 metrics, do you see how today's open was extremely calculated? Like around this area here. So it's basically implying that on this closing break there, if it fully fills, okay, just keep paying attention because like you can see the push here. Look at the push on this. Do you see this? Especially around these areas here. Look at today's move, especially around 382, 383. It's implying you can get the full range break, okay? The full range break off this 370 spot is this 403. Really big stick breaks here, guys, on Tesla. This can easily tag these ranges today. We can maybe watch the median here between like, what would be the median point here between like 388.89? Probably like 396 to, hold on, to 395 area. We're gonna pay really close attention to how it reacts here. Okay, the half move I think was off 383, so like, do you see this, guys? Like 382, sorry, 383. That's already a 50% break from here. Look at that single stick. This is basically a single stick through half the range between 383 and 403. Meaning this has pretty good odds of getting the full range then. Because look at this price action here off 393. Do you see that? Especially on this calculated range. Off the 384.15 area, kind of like stuck right here, 394. I feel like once it breaks like the 395 wall, which is in correlation to like 386, just so you guys can see, and this 390 spot, like 396 areas, that's where it could start really pushing. But there's some overhead in between here. That's a really, really clean move though. Apple also getting the break of 234 now finally. So Apple, I think, is on its way to that 237 mark. ES trying for here. I really wanted to see if ES would at least break before 11. So we don't get stuck for another hour again. Tesla calls are up almost 2,000%. That's insane. They're up 1,800%. Yeah, and even the ones I bought this morning, because I already held some overnight yesterday. Like yesterday night, I held the 375s, but the 382.50s I bought this morning, I bought those at like $1. These things are almost $12. That's insane. Now I feel kind of sad for covering some at 7. I covered Netflix. I never re-entered it. I was telling you guys, but I think it could easily reverse off this area. I don't think I'm going to trade Netflix down here, but it is it's a setup. I don't know. I don't really like that it stalled this area here, but at least it tried testing it. So it could be a nice move off this yellow box here to try getting back to this range in here, but I think I'm good with trading Apple and Tesla and ES today. I don't think I want to take on another trade. NQ coming for that 24.088 mark. This is a really big area here on this one. This was like that first measured metric that we talked about yesterday on NQ. So this would be the equivalent of ES testing. I think NQ is a little bit stronger than ES today, actually. Yeah, by a lot, not by a little. Like really nice moves here today. I hate feeling like when you cover too early, especially on a big runner like that, but that's a hard decision to make because it's still so early in the day, but then you don't want to not cover anything there and then it reverses all afternoon, especially same day expiration. Do you get what I'm saying? And then it ends up coming back. So I still think like the the cover, I covered 25% of my position here. I still think that was a good move because just in case they stalled, and they did, like that was the first sell, right, that they had. But it was like an easy recover. It didn't delay longer than like 5 minutes. I would have been more concerned if it stalled maybe here, like beneath like 390, but same thing, like look at these single sticks. Yeah. But I'll hold the runners in case they get these bigger moves today. We can't complain about like a 700% trade though. I covered at 720%, so if I was complaining at that, I would be really greedy. But those contracts did move from 7 to 12 from there. On a very small move too, because that was off 386 to like the 390, 93 move, but that's because they're same day expirations. Apple, I still have full position though. I never covered anything on Apple yet. Apple looked really good off that break of 232. Like as soon as I saw this kind of price action here and this kind of price action here, like single sticks. Do you guys see this? These are like perfect sticks at those exact price points. Do you see this? Like that's a perfect break. This is a perfect break here. Look at this. Like that's a really clean move on Apple. But it's always better to take something off. Meanwhile, ES is just kind of stalling a little bit today. I had a feeling though, guys, that ES was going to be a really sideways kind of trade today. So I was already looking to trade individual names since the morning. So like I woke up this morning prepared for ES to do that and to like start watching some individual stocks instead. Luckily, I had Tesla overnight. So it was already on my watch this morning. Apple, I didn't buy it right away though. I bought Apple after it tested here. Like I didn't buy this like right off the open. I bought it when it came back. I got an alert when it came over this 229. I bought Apple closer to like this range in here. NQ stalling right off that 24.088. These were the 110 marks, but I don't remember off what. What did we measure 110 off of here? 110. It couldn't have been here. Is it off of here? Do you guys remember where we calculated this from yesterday? Clearly it's accurate, but what is this from? What area did we measure this from yesterday? Like I need to start writing some notes on NQ since we're still back testing. Where did we even mark that from? Was it from here? Or from where? Like where did we even mark this from? Like a 17-point metric would be 110 points, but what was that even marked from? Because that's not it. This isn't it. What did we mark that from? Do you guys remember? Well, I'm confused because like if it's a 17-point metric, right? Like off of these areas, that doesn't make sense because that's not, because isn't it 17 times 6.5? That's 110.5. That's not 110, this is 120, so I'm confused. Where did we measure this off of? That, if that's 17 points off. Oh, I have something. Off what? Off, oh, that would probably say OR. OR, which OR? Oh, I think it was off yesterday's real-time OR is what we measured off of. Hold on, where did they open yesterday on NQ? Can someone write this down quickly? 23998.75. 2399875. 2399875. But that still doesn't make sense. Oh wait, that's not where they opened. It was on a 5-minute, hold on. Where's yesterday's open? 2397725. That would make sense. 2397725. Okay, yeah, that's it. It was off yesterday's real-time open, that measurement, guys. Okay? That 17-point break. So what we'll do is we'll measure, what is that spot? Hold on. 23977.25. I think the next metric would be like that 143. Let's just mark this on here though, just so I have it. Okay, since that's what I used to measure this. I think this was just for more accurate ranges, right? But technically off our previous calculated spots, these would be some spots too, because I had previously calculated this 23,968, 971 before yesterday's session, and they held that really nicely here. So we could obviously measure off this area too, but this range is measured off yesterday's open. That's actually insanely accurate, because this is off by 0.25 and it's 110.5, so technically it would be like here 110.5, I think, right here, 24,08775. That's literally where it stalled. Isn't that crazy? So our next point, I think, would be, we said 143. There's probably some midpoints then in here. I don't think I marked these ones. 24,120. You could probably mark that on your NQ chart for today's session. 24,120 area. This is going to be the 143, 22-point range off real-time open yesterday. It's basically a continuation from yesterday. If we measure this off of where the real-time session opened today, that would be off of 240.75. That could actually maybe be like the, hold on, let's do this then. 240, and that's crazy. Look, where they open is right off our calculated spots in here of like 24,04144, like the areas that we had yesterday. Those were off the session close, so off this range in here. That's insane, you guys. That aligns with our 24,151 area. Isn't that crazy? These were the spots I calculated yesterday off like session close, session open. Off today's real-time session open, it aligns right back to that area. So I would still say that that 24,151 to 24,152 is going to be the overhead on NQ, okay? This is probably the midpoint in here. And this is the first mark. Tesla got a bit of a reversal ES kind of stalling. NVIDIA getting pretty close to breaking here. I wanted to see if NVIDIA would break this range before 11, but let's just watch. I want to maybe see if it gets close to like this area here. I was also looking to see if ES could break this area before 11, because if it stalls again here, this could all delay for another hour and a half. Like they could keep waiting till mid-session, which that's going to really reduce our odds of getting some range today on the index, okay? Does that make sense? These are some good single sticks here on Tesla. So did you guys figure out if my stream is lagging, or was it just that one screen or something? Sorry guys, I just have to... send something to my sister. Caps lock, maybe try closing the stream and then re-entering it or something. Sorry guys, I just had to check something real quick for my sister. Okay, let's see if we can get some breaks here on ES here before 11. So we had some odds here around like 5.4, 5.7 that we're gonna watch. These were the odds before here, but they stalled. I just want to at least test this 969675. At least that'll really help reduce some of the risk. NVIDIA getting this test here too. I did want to see if this one would try breaking here around this similar time frame, like around this 5.4, 5.7 area. I think that a push from ES would also help this too, obviously. Did anyone try the NVIDIA trade? NVIDIA could be a really nice push if it gets these breaks today. I think that this could get like, it could take that 179.50. range. I don't think it could get the full push, but I think it could get at least a break over like this high here, but it needs some relative strength. ES needs some strength here too. This could start hitting some, again, some back and forth. Like, look at this. Look at these reduction sticks as soon as it tags 65.96. At least we know 65.96 is the overhead though. You know, so. I deleted the levels, guys, on the template, but I left some important ones here just so that you guys have them, like the 65, 58, 59, 66. I left, I think, also the annual ranges, like the 256 point ranges down here. I left these prior targets, the 128 point ranges. So like there's still some that I left on here. If you want to mark the 6220s, because this is a big area too, then you can also do that. But anyway, so far they're reducing range here a little bit on ES ahead of 11 o'clock. Apple stalling a little bit too. I did cover just a tiny bit on Apple on the second break when they stalled 234, just so you guys know. I still think it could try pushing to get to that 236, 37, but we need ES above 65.96. All right, let's do the first pull for the session today. How many think that ES is going to get that 6596 break by 11? Can you guys vote on this, please? Also, I forgot that I turned on YouTube. Does anyone know in here how to change the, like, my stream name before I stream? So like I can change it after I start the stream, but how do I change that before I go live? So I don't always have to manually change it every single day when I start the live, because it's kind of annoying. September, what's today? September 12th? Like on here it's pretty easy, but on YouTube it's kind of annoying going into the studio and changing it. Okay, let's see here. Can you guys get some votes in for that, please? Curious to see what you guys think. I had some odds as early as 5-4. I should have set that actually to 5-4 versus versus the 11, because 5-4 had the best odds of breaking 9-6. Here we go. 65.96 being retested here at 10.54. This can help relative strength here on individual names like maybe NVIDIA. So far stalling this 7.5. 10-second mark here. They're cutting it kind of close. Well, technically this isn't early. Oh wow, look at that. Right before the candle closed, 65.96 here. Within the 5-second range. That's perfect timing on ES to hit that at 10.54. Do you guys see that? That's insane timing on this. Look at that volume coming in. 65.98 being broken. That's the exact kind of push you want to see, guys, at this point in the day. That was perfect timing for this closing stick at 9.6. Like right here, this is the window that you want it to close. If you set this to a 5-second chart, that's perfect timing. Look where they close this, right at 9.6. That's exact time and price. They waited till the final second. That's insane. Do you see that? That was the final second on this. Look. That was the last few seconds. Last 5 seconds to get that break. Crazy. Can someone write that down in Discord just so I can come back and track it? Because 54 is a pretty important time of day here for me. And look at that follow through stick here at 5.5. Right to 9875. So it broke that 9850 wall. That's the exact kind of price action you wanted to see. I was trying to explain this to you guys earlier, but no one was really paying attention. Did that help NVIDIA break? Yeah, it did. NVIDIA new high of day 2 right at that 54 mark. If anyone tried that. We have some odds for continuation at 5758. We'll just see where they... I want to be basically above this 9675 before 11 so that we at least have a better odd for the next hour, okay? Like between the 6599 to 6505 area instead. Like in this zone instead. Otherwise, it'll still give some odds of staying back and forth in this area here, if that makes sense. See if Tesla can get some breaks here too above this 389 spot before 11. Because this area is calculated. We did have some calculated ranges in here, like we were saying, like this is like the midpoint. You guys can mark them if you want, but it's basically like they basically are stalling like right in the midpoints of like the 384 to the calculated range. So honestly, they have a pretty decent chance of breaking that then. I would say the next overhead area is going to be around this 395 spot, okay? And then maybe off of like the 396. Really nice breaks here, guys, on ES ahead of 11. Hopefully we can get a good closing stick here for the 59. I just wanted at least above 659675, but ideally over 9850, 99 would be even better because that's going to give us odds of getting out of this zone, okay? Like getting out of this red box here for the next hour. If that... Do you guys understand that concept? Like we want to try getting some better structural closing points in that zone above. NQ also got a really clean move here above that 24088, and we said that the target range on this now is like 24120. So it's kind of stalling right beneath that. This is going to be the equivalent, I guess, to like ES's 6599 area probably. Apple getting a good turnaround here. Tesla too. Tesla was able to get a good close here. Right off these marks. And it's breaking that 390.39 right off that 11 mark, so that's good. Puts that 395.96 back in play. ES not bad. I did want it to kind of break a little bit more. Maybe we'll see if it gets like those late second breaks kind of like it did back in here. How much time is left in this? Not very much. Where did they close that? 9775. We'll watch the follow through sticks. Feels like I've been trading for like 6 hours already. So I did want this to be a little bit higher, but it's okay because they still met conditions here. I think odds were closer to like 07 anyway, but like post 11. At least it's above the 9.6 mark. But still keeps it back and forth, unfortunately, kind of like what happened back here. Just a higher base this time, though, which is what we need because there's just a little bit too much risk. If they would have stalled here and then broke it back down, we probably would have come back and taken out those ranges. And again, this is probably the same thing where they're stalling us from getting like this 6601 area. Do you see it? Same sort of reductions. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna... They're really setting this up to be reduced in range today. I also wanted to point out too that I know that this overhead here on NQ was off of yesterday's session open, but even off like these real-time ranges, like or overnight ranges and these past spots that I had on here, this is the 143.5 point stall right here too. So I just want to point that out because these are also some really calculated spots. So I thought this was kind of interesting that they stalled it here. This is like directly linked with these areas here. Do you see it? And I think the range is 143.5 or something, so it would be like right here off these ranges. Okay, do you see that? I guess we could maybe mark these two just to see. Like this area right here. Right here. 24,115. I know we don't have to have it exact, but it's still good to see. So this would be off that 23,97150. So that, and that looks like the lowest closing stick that we had today. This area here is what we could measure from. Do you see it? Like 9. Is that right? What's actually maybe it's not. Hold on. 22 by 6.5. Yeah, 143. Okay, so it's not 0.5. Hold on. I know it's not a big deal, but I do want to see what that metric is. So if we're measuring off of those closing sticks, 17, what is it, 2.25, and it's 143. This is the overhead. That's still pretty freaking accurate though, isn't it? That's actually kind of insane. Where did they stall? 50. So and off the low stick, that's right here, like, which would be that 50, 75 spot. From here, like, I don't know if you guys see it from open close. Do you see that? So basically means you have to close above this area here to get a new high off the low. Tesla now consolidating a little bit in this box range here above 38690, but beneath this 390.39 wall. I don't think we want to stay in this area too long, like probably not more than that half-hour mark, especially off this kind of range support. Maybe we'll see if we can get some structure breaks in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Tesla's probably flagging then off, like, this one had a very early start, so let's see. And we obviously want to avoid these massive star reversals, so do you guys see any setups on Tesla? Like, we want to avoid these. And there's some big flips coming up here at 11:12 on that 54 minute. 11:20 on that 55. Those could be some really nasty reversals if they don't break this up here soon. I'm not sure if there was any other setups though. Like, there's some mid structures, but not any really nice base structures that I saw. Like, this isn't bad, but if you guys can find one, let me know. I couldn't find any. This isn't bad either for 11:20, so let's watch 11:20 on Tesla. That's an important point. Maybe, actually, it might be on a much smaller frame, but I didn't think it would be under 30 minutes. No. When do these flip over? 21:14. So yeah, pretty important times here to see. Oh, here it is. Okay, 66 is not a bad one to watch. This doesn't flip over till 11:42. We'll keep a close eye on this, and that's right off the 9:30 open too. So this is a good frame. When did this hit highs? 10:36, 10:36, 10:36. Probably have to break range within this 10:30, 10:36 window, and we have odds right here at 12:13. We said, right? That's a good time to break this range, guys. I think Tesla has some pressure to retest highs here. Otherwise, it could be in for a reversal. Okay, so between like the 11.13 to 11.20 window. I usually just type it on the chart. But I like it because it could be a nice 3-bar setup if they keep it stuck inside. But like it can stay inside as long as it at least comes back over these ranges here. Plus it was also the opening range here. It's the only structure that shows a full bar of range. It's not the exact timing though, but it's pretty close. 65 minutes also really nice too, between 10:30. And it's off like the morning range. So it could just be like it could be a nice bar. I don't know if there was anything before that. Like these ones are not as clean. I could have missed one too though. Let me see. I don't think I did, but like, so there's some pressure here. Plus we don't want to have like, I also don't want to have like star reversals type setup. So like a lot of these are really bad setups. So it's important that it also doesn't stall here. This isn't as bad and it has some odds a bit closer, but most of these are like, we just at least need to be above here to reduce the risk a little bit, okay? Especially by this 30-minute interval, which is now, like off these ranges here. So this is good timing, but if it decides to not take out highs and stay delayed, that's okay. I think as long as it stays above this area here and within this range here. So if it's not going to come back and test this high, that's fine because it has a really nice 3-bar setup for like 1035, 1042. Does that make sense? Like I wouldn't mind staying stuck inside if it breaks after this, as long as it stays within this range. But there's some really bad star setup reversals here if it doesn't break, let's say, or stay stuck tight. And this is the earliest odd for a reversal, like at the 11.13 mark. So 11.13 so far, back testing here on Tesla. Back beneath this 389.51, 390.39. I would prefer it stays in a sideways window here then, if it's not going to come back and retest. ES stalling here too, after failing to retrace back by that 1107 stick. Likely also has some extended odds. And when does this flip over? Yeah, like, see, I don't mind if this stays inside, because this is at least a decent structure. It's not too low, but a lot of these can last till like 1206, so we'd have way better odds if this thing here didn't stall. Like 21, 20, those are going to be some important points here for Tesla. 64, 28. It's a little concerning that the wider ranges, like the better setups, are a bit late, like closer to like 1128, 1135, 1142, but this period here is going to be the most important to make sure it doesn't break down too much in range between like here. Like we want to make sure that it tries sustaining here. I don't even care if it breaks up, it just has to sustain, basically. See if Apple can get some breaks here too. We'll watch similar types of frames maybe on ES around the 11:20, 21 mark to see if we can get some structural retest after stalling at 11 o'clock and 11:07. Let's watch this period here. NVIDIA getting a retest here at 11:15 off that 178. We do need a little bit higher on a video though, like closer to like the 179 mark. Let's actually, I don't have, this is not my primary chart on this though. I think that is half the range. Yeah, it is. So it would make sense if it breaks, it has to, okay, maybe not 179, but like 178.73. This area here, and you need some decent strength off these spots here. NVIDIA getting some good stick breaks, guys. If we can get a nice break over 178.73, this actually could be on its way to get some nice structure breaks, especially if this happens before noon, because then it still has a good portion of the session where it could get some continuation on the day. I had some odds for this one today, close to like 179.50, 179.30 area, but I guess we'll see if it gets some decent breaks. Hi, Dunks. I am, because Tesla was moving early. One sec, guys. Oh yeah, sorry, I did have it on mute. I was just saying that if they, I could easily tell that they were going to stall this after stalling the 9899 back in here. But they did make some progress by taking it over 9.6 and testing 9.850, which was good. Like that was the minimum condition here. But let's say by noon, if we're not at least testing or above 9.899 by noon or even like mid-session, if they really want to delay this, okay? Mid-session would be closer to like 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock. Would our odds heavily increase of staying stuck in an inside range today and having extremely limited range, let's say on the session? So far, we're still stuck in an inside bar. I would say yes, like most definitely, right? Okay, so far Tesla's holding up okay here. Like I said, I don't really care if it doesn't do anything during this period as long as it doesn't break down. Back testing war here. And yesterday's close. We're getting close to exiting out of this little period here. 28's pretty important to make sure this doesn't break down, because that's a really ugly stick. Okay, so we'll watch that, and then there's that little window between here and 35. So I would say for 27, 28, we probably just want to get back to this 390 mark. And then even if we stay stuck for like a few minutes, I don't care, as long as they don't drop during this period here. This period here is pretty important that they don't break this down. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected though. Like today's, like, that's why I wanted to get you guys on the right track early. Like, don't fetch for 66, 10, 05 if we haven't even touched 01, 02 yet. Does that make sense? And like, they also left range for downside from overnight session if they really wanted to like stall this today and keep it inside. I'm hoping that's not the case and that they're just keeping this very, very, very tight and then bring this closer to these areas here by like mid-session would be the case. But that's why I was saying I wouldn't go too heavy on the index today. I do think it's a bit of a slower day for that. I feel like NQ had some better moves than ES did. No, it didn't. Like, overnight session this was still within range. We actually still have some room here too, actually. Overnight conditions were to try holding 7.7 to 8.5, like upper core areas, based on where it closed. Because they didn't really close that great. It was like an okay close. Let's see if they start bringing this back around again here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I thought so too. I just didn't want it back beneath 7.2. Like 7.69 to 7.2 is where risk would get pretty high. Above 7.7, 7.8 was better. They did breach a tiny, tiny bit, but it wasn't that bad. lots of reduction in range here on NVIDIA. I want to see if this equates to the same spots we're looking for. Yeah, it does. Do you see this, guys? NVIDIA reducing range here by like 0.78, which is exactly to that area that I was thinking they maybe could take this to, which is around 179.33 or so. 1 second. Hello? Hi. Okay, I need to keep my ringer on. No, actually, it was my sister's in-laws put me as like their reference for their passport renewal. So I guess they're gonna call me, so I have to make sure I answer. I'm actually on niece duty today, though. My sister-in-law's going hiking, so I'm picking up my niece from daycare, and then I'm picking up Sienna, and then I think my other sister's gonna drop off Diane and Jalal. So I have all 4 kids today after the close. Not really the best range here, but we'll come back to this. Okay. I really want to see if they'd at least try retesting this area here, or at least get some relative strength, because I really don't like these setups here. This isn't bad. This 55 minutes actually pretty clean, because you see how they took it slightly red and turned it back green? This is a lot better. This going red was actually the best thing that could have happened. So this is a good example of like, if this closed a little bit green, this would be pretty bad for this period, okay? So I think that this is probably the best way that this would have set up. This is actually not bad too off the 56 minute. But they need to start moving here pretty soon, otherwise they could stay stuck in an inside range for a while. I didn't really like the hourly setup on this, or just over an hour, but I figured, like, see this? This is an issue. But we had better odds based on this frame here, so I'm waiting for 11:35 to 11:42 on Tesla to see if they can start finally turning it around a bit. If not, then I'll start covering a bit more, okay? Yeah, I could imagine Microsoft being strong, Apple strong. I can't trade like more than 3-4 names though if I'm streaming. But I would imagine that Microsoft probably moved with Apple. Now we're getting closer to this window. So do we want to stay red right here? Not red, but do we want to stay sideways, you think, during this window here? Like, I actually would prefer, yes, we do. I don't want to go green here. If they're going to keep delaying at least through there, then we want to stay beneath this 391, but ideally above that 390, whatever that spot was. Gives us a way better odd for a bullish setup. Yes. What is that? 390, 39, 389, 51, 390, 39, 390, 39. So basically you'd want to be 539. Yeah, probably beneath here, but maybe ideally above this 389 area here. Just so your odds are a little bit better. And odds start to really increase after this window opens up here. Otherwise, I'll start looking at covering some more just because then the structural setups won't be that great. And we could stay stuck inside for up to an hour or two, or break down too. So ideally, I'd probably want to retrace at least back here, but stay beneath here. See if ES can get some turnarounds here too then. ES and Tesla I find sometimes move on very similar frames, so we can kind of track ES like that today. Where did Apple go? Okay. We'll watch Apple too to see if Apple can maybe start taking out highs as early as this 34, 35 period. Especially if Tesla's the leading name on the market today. All right, let's see here. So 34 would be the best timing for this to start breaking back up over here, over 389.51, like this overhead range here. It doesn't necessarily have to get back over 390, but at least over this mark here. Ideally beneath here. Where it stalled. There's that extension though till 4.2. Is Apple getting some breaks here? Looks like it. What's Apple's high? 50? Yes, so far looks like it's lagging until at least noon or mid-session, so I'm gonna keep that in mind. So to really offset some of this risk here, I do want Apple at least back above this range in here during this period. And then after that, it could do whatever it wants. Because it would have literally a full hour to retest highs, right? I did, yeah. I entered at whenever I sent it in the Discord. Was right here. That would be 946. I entered right off 88. I did cover some here though at that 555 mark when it stalled. Just because I figured it could be a very sideways type of session. Apple stalling a little bit here. Tesla retested this 389, but stalled. Pretty important window here to see if they try bringing it back up. Maybe off like the midpoint 3840. I might end the stream and come back in like an hour just because of ES stalling here a little bit and it being like mid-afternoon, but we'll see. Or just maybe mute myself if you guys just want to sit and watch. It's up to you guys. What do you guys want to do? Nice. So ES still has that risk below, so I am going to be a little bit cautious here. I set my stop to that 6586 area, just in case they come back and retest that range, because I didn't really like how they stalled back in here, but I don't want to get fully stopped out in case they bring this back around at like 12:30. We're going to look to see if Tesla can get some constructive sticks here post 11:42, 11:45, so like just before noon. Let's see if we had any other setups on this one. Another 66. What was that time frame that we looked at, guys, that had a bar that already started breaking? So this is 48, 78 minute one watch. 78 minutes actually pretty nice. Can someone mark this one? This is not a bad one for like a delay. Was it the 66 or was it the 55? I think it was the 55. This one already started breaking a bit. So, so maybe some wider frames, like closer to 11:48, 11:54. This one might be a bit more accurate, actually, since when did we hit highs? 33? So this is between 32 and 35, so what point is that? What time is that? This flips at 5:04. So I would say probably just before 12. We could maybe watch that. Like, I would imagine that would be like 11:50, 52 or something, if that's the case. Like, this is probably more in line with this. Do you know what I mean? In terms of timing. Because if this flipped here 2 minutes and this is 5:04, probably 2-3 minutes before, we'll watch 11:52. So, but this is the kind of price action we want to get during this period here. That's perfect PA, guys. Right back to 390.39 during the 11:35 to 11:42 period. We'll see where they close this off the 4-1 stick. It doesn't necessarily have to go much higher than here, but at least retract back here. So exactly what I drew on the chart. Okay. That'll really help reduce some of this risk that we're in for during the next hour, hour and a half. So as long as it stays above 389 within this 390 range, that's probably fine. I just don't want it getting back in this box beneath here, especially by like 341, 42. If they decide to keep delaying this, they definitely could. I feel like once we start getting closer to like 11:51, 54 though is when I really want to start getting out of this box range, and ideally maybe retest highs like just before, just after 12 or something. ES stalling right off that bottom of the zone. You can cover ES if you want. I have a stop around 8.6 in case they bring this back and trigger it there, but I do think that they'll probably hold and try turning it around just before 12. would be my guess. Probably have to watch the next like 3 minutes. And that's mostly due to that one being stuck on some inside ranges. NQ a little bit stronger than ES today. This one's still holding the line a lot better than ES did. What do you guys think? How many think ES is going to hold the line here before 12? I'm going to start deleting some of these. I'm trying to keep my charts clean since it's been kind of messy. I think an 8-7 to 8-6 hold is probably pretty important at this point in the day. Especially since some individual names also need some relative strength here. You know what I mean? See if... We're going to extend that box a bit. Watch Apple again here before noon. Good sticks. I guess you could have added some there too off 8-7, 8-8. I'm just gonna make some coffee, guys, and grab some water, okay? Keep a very close eye on Tesla here with between that 11:48 to 11:54 window, just in case I'm not back by then, okay? I'll be right back. Sorry guys, they called me for that passport application. They asked me for their height and weight. I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know how much someone weighs? Like, what? I don't know. I feel like I did my sister's mother-in-law so dirty. I was like... I don't know if I overestimated her weight. I was like, I don't know. Like, she's definitely not overweight, but she has like a very like defined figure. So I was like, I don't know. My stop triggered here on ES at 8.6. I just want to see if they can easily bring this right back off 8.6, but I would rather buy it back a little bit higher here than to, do you know what I'm saying? Just in case they bring it back lower. So kind of a tough spot because 8.6 breakdown would trigger a lot lower. 8.6 hold could snap it right back up, okay? So, but I just felt it was safer to put a stop there just in case they trigger it down, so. Or I guess you could have done a short hedge too off 9.8. I know, it's such a weird question. And she's like way taller than her husband. So he's like, how tall is she? So I told him. I'm like, she's like 5'11". And then he's like, how tall is he? I'm like, he's like 5'8". Cause, and then he started laughing. I was like, well, I don't know. Like, he's short. What am I supposed to do? Well, not that much higher dunks. I'm just saying like higher as in like, you know, 8.8, 8.9 or something. But I'd look to cover almost immediately if it doesn't have continuation. Like you need off 8.6 hold. This area here, you need to snap back to like 9.1. You can't stall this area here. Not off 8.6. You don't have to see it though. It's just off this range in here. I'm not next to my screen. This basically, if you're gonna hold off 8.6, you can't just like not retrace back. Like it has to also have some relative strength here too. Kind of like back here or like back here. That's why it's a tough call to make getting stopped out at 8.6 because they could easily snap it right back. But this is also an area that they can snap down if that makes sense. So but entries between here are good with some stops in place, obviously. All right, let's see Tesla here. Tesla is still kind of holding the line. This was like its next window. I didn't really want it to stay delayed past 11.52, 11.54, so we'll see. It did get a better structure break off 5.1, but so far it's still staying stuck in this range. I think Apple broke though. Apple getting a nice retest off that 234.51. Just ahead of 12. I still need like 5-10 more minutes though, guys. Just hold on. I'm gonna mute myself. This is good timing here because even NQ back over 24.087 off that 11.53.54 mark, if you guys can see. I think that this could help ES with, remember how I was saying like 2 minutes ago that Tesla, like post 54, we can't afford stalling anymore. Does that make sense? Do you see this? This is a perfect 3-bar setup, by the way. If you ever want to study one, if this one actually breaks out, this is going to be a really good one, okay? And that was probably my cutoff. I didn't really want this to stall beneath 391.79 too much later than 354. Like 354 at that point, or not 354, like at 11.54, it's starting to cut it too close. Like, you need some strength after this. I don't really care if it stalled between 2.8, 3.5, 4.2, 4.6, 4.8. It needs to start pinching a little bit more and consolidating above 389.51, but beneath 390, which it did. Like, this is perfect range here. Do you guys see like the higher lows, tighter structures? But post 54, this has to start breaking back to 391.71, 391.79. Okay? So PA during this period here, you have to start getting these structure breaks, okay? Does that make sense, guys? Let me just, I don't want to delete this, but it's kind of in the way of our chart. Hold on. Well, whatever, I'll just delete it for now, it's fine. Okay, so then we can get some retest. And I think this could help ES too. I had an entry for that 8.8. Obviously, you could have done 8.6. I'd rather get stopped out by 2 points than buy 2 points higher if I know that there's better odds of breaking. I had covered half though on that first. Oh, I do have some wipes here. I just spilled coffee everywhere. When we stalled back here, like off 6.598, just because I knew it could be a sideways kind of session on ES today, but can we afford to be beneath 6.591, you think, before 12 on ES on this 8.6 hold? Where did they open the session today again, we said? Wasn't it somewhere close to here? 89 or something? This area here. And they closed yesterday's session around here somewhere, right? This area here. So basically back to like these open closing ranges. Oh, right at our 9175. Okay. So see if they can get back over these opening ranges here by noon. Tesla getting those exact stick breaks we want to see here. This is a perfect setup on Tesla. See if we can get some movement. I didn't really have an exact point in time that it has to retest highs, but as long as it retraces here, it literally has all afternoon if it wants to wait. It doesn't have to do anything. I think the earliest point could possibly be around like 12.15, 12.10, but it's not required. Even this, like these smaller setups here have some odds, but they're not really, it's not required that it does it. It's just a probability, okay? But I figured maybe closer to like the better looking structures, which were more off of like the 64, 65 minutes. 65 was one of my favorite setups for like some extensions at 1240. That just means that it has odds to continue though till 1240, 1248. So not necessarily taking out highs. Usually you can take out highs way before then, but, and you can actually hit your ranges by probably 1 o'clock, but see what kind of action they can get immediately after 12 o'clock. What was the other time frame? 78? This runs till 106. Do we have any catalysts this afternoon at 1? And it's probably important that they keep, okay, it's probably important that they do try breaking highs, just because like around that 12, 12, 12, 15, 12, 18, just because we have some other potential structures that could set this up to come back in reverse. So it doesn't necessarily have to happen right away. Like look at this 12 back test here, but maybe closer to this range in here. Otherwise there's going to be an increased risk post like 1220, 1218. Highest odds of breaking are closer to like the one, like the 1240, 48 mark, probably like closer to here. Just keep an eye on that. Apple, I think, stalled. Yes, stalling a little bit. After failing to retrace back here by noon. I know, there's still so much time left in this session. Especially since they might not even start getting some retracements till mid-session. So we still have 45 minutes to an hour and a half like to even retest retest 9.6. And that's only if they want to actually break out of an inside range. Otherwise, this is still going to be really choppy and back and forth this afternoon. At that point, though, I'd probably start just maybe staying away from ES until we've got some better odds, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't waste my time on that. Or just roll out into Monday or something, you know? Or like Tuesday, since we have better odds for the 16th, 17th. Nice snack. Yeah, same. I didn't really focus too much on ES today. Other than that long I did here and then some covers in here. And I just did that re-entry right here. We'll see if it can hold the line here post 12. Tesla and Apple were definitely the better setups for sure. NVIDIA stalled a bit though on this mark. I didn't really have like super big range for NVIDIA though, like just closer to 178, 38, 73, and then maybe this push to 7.9 if they can get it moving later in the session. This was a really important window, guys, to bring Tesla back around between that 354 and or 1150. Why do I keep saying 3? 1154 and 1159 window. I don't like this 12 o'clock reduction stick, obviously, since they brought it right back beneath, but I think as long as it was trading above this range here by before 12, that's probably more important since our odds are after 12 anyway. But if you want to start covering some of this, you can. I think you'd have to just have really good entries. My entries are from the open and from yesterday, so it's not that bad. I'd say NQ had better traction today than ES did. Don't hyperfixate on every single thing I say either. I'm just saying I don't think it's not really worth like the trade because it, for me personally, no, I'm not saying it in general. This still could be a pretty nice setup. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that the range could be limited, okay? And you have better odds on Monday, Tuesday. Okay, so your range is quite limited, right? If I've already traded Tesla, Apple, then I don't really care personally for my own personal positions to take on too many ES trades. Plus, I already caught the first move off 8.8 to 9.8. You guys have to also remember too, I'm referencing my personal position sometimes too. It's not just relative to the market, it's relative to myself. I knew that today ES could be limited in range, so I tried to focus on some more individual type names instead. Well, I told you guys yesterday before the close that I was swinging Tesla overnight. And I even told you guys it was a clear trade yesterday if they open above this 369, 371 spot, which they did. Whether or not you guys make the trades is obviously entirely on you. It has nothing to do with me. And I also added Tesla this morning too. That's why I started the stream early. No. I don't think it was a risky trade. It was a measured trade. But I also traded it yesterday, like from this 352 break. So, I mean, I just left half my position overnight since they triggered these into the close. Like, it was a good close yesterday. They moved it, like, right to this spot. And they kept it very tight in this range here. They never even broke it down once. So how is this risky? I don't know if there was or wasn't. I just traded the setup based off how I analyze Tesla. And this was a clear trade off this gap range. Okay. Which means it can get at least this kind of a move. Right now where it's stalling is like half of yesterday's range, I guess, like close to like 360, 162. There could have been something, I don't know, but that's not the reason I traded it. I traded it for the setup that I saw. I'm just being honest. I didn't check the news. I'm more of like a price and time trader. Usually the setup and the price and time is pre-news. Some slightly better structure breaks here coming back on ES, but it seems like I said, odds were probably higher, closer to like the mid-session, so I did do the 8.8 long on that re-entry, and I widened the stop a bit this time in case they took down 8.6 again, but they didn't. But I still think it's important that they come back and take out this 9175 probably by well, if we want to try retesting 9695 by like 1230, 1245, then we probably want to get back above here. Let's see. Half of that would be like 20, 8.5. So probably like right here, like 12.16, 12.15, like this point in time here. And that's like the extension of like 4.5, 4.8. I feel like if we wanted to break around 12.30, 12.30, I think 12.30A is actually midpoint. So 25-minute mark would be like right here, 12.13. I think it's important that they start testing this 659175 area during these next 2-3 minutes and clear it. Okay, off the 12.30 point, which half of the 42 mark is probably now off 21 minutes, right? These points here, probably the turnaround. Oh yeah, probably want to start breaking now so we can get back over these ranges here. Did you do the long setup, Dunks, between 8.6 and the 90 area? These are decent points of entry here. But there is going to be conditions that they have to break and clear this overhead around this point in time, I think. Tesla's still stalling here, which is fine, because we did say that odds were a little bit higher, closer to like 12.33, 12.40, 12.40, I think, 12.48. I would say, though, after like the 12.15, 12.18 mark, 12.20, probably wanted at least above 9.2. I figured if Tesla can get a break, it's probably going to be at the midpoint of those ranges. So when would that be? When's the midpoint of these frames, guys? So off the turnaround of 5.4 and force, what is that? Let's see. I don't really feel like calculating stuff today. I'm kind of tired. 20. You know what's funny is I slept early yesterday, but I feel like every time I sleep early, I get way more tired when I'm trading. Okay, yeah, so like around the 18-17 mark. So let's mark this. These could be some of the earliest marks for a high of day retest. Okay. I think the 27-minute mark would be like 12.21. So yeah, we have some odds around here. That's around the window I expected, though, like around 12.18 to 12.24. So I guess more specific times would be like 12.17, 12.21. Can someone document this? Izzy's looking to see if Tesla can retest high of day here as early as 12.17. It's not really required, but it could help odds during this window here. To expand between 12:30, 12:48, 1 o'clock. ES is required to get some structure breaks here. Especially around that 12.16 mark. I don't really want it stalling this area here at this time. Because that'll start increasing that risk again. They started testing it early, but it wasn't required to break that early. Once it starts getting closer to like the 15-16 mark, though, I would prefer to see it close above this range. Oops. Otherwise, that is going to put that risk back on. NQ is still a little bit stronger than ES today. Tesla getting some decent structure breaks. Let me set some alerts on Tesla, actually. Hold on. Let's set some alerts for 393. What's the high on Tesla? 394.19. So we'll set one for 394. Did ES make a turnaround, guys? Right here? Is it trying? Oh yeah, it is. I don't really want that to delay past like the 16 mark. That would not be good. We could maybe have a minute delay at 17 since Tesla has odds, I guess, at 17, but I would prefer it's above this area here off the 15-16 mark. Really good retracement here of 65.91.75, which is a calculated range, also happened to be yesterday's close. This can help mitigate some of the risk here and keep us extended through mid-session around 12:30, 12:35, 12:38, 12:45. Nice stick breaks. Perfect close, guys. Look at this. That's a perfect price and time analysis. Look at that open. 659175 open at 12:16. That's exact time and price that you want at that point in time to help you retest 65.96, 65.9850 by the midpoint of the session here. So odds are looking pretty good. We'll see. Tesla's getting a really, really clean move here. I still can't believe those calls went to $12. NQ looks like it actually could retest high of day here. So maybe NQ getting an early break might be... Let's put this in here for NQ. Nice stick breaks on ES. I would think based on this structure break at 15.16, it has some odds of retesting as early as the 12:30 mark. But we have this window here, basically. Did Apple take out its high or not yet? Not yet. On that retest. Okay. No, I didn't. I covered some at like the 7 mark when they initially stalled back here because it was just such a big spot. And I had logs from yesterday, so... But the contracts I have for today, I only covered a little... I covered 25% right here and I left the rest. I never covered those yet. I think they're back at 10 or 11 right now, but I'm saving those in case we get this break right here. I have a sell order at $15. We'll see if it fills. I might be a little bit greedy today, but the setup is there, so that's not a bad trade, 1,500%. I had my first cover at 700 from the ones I took this morning. But then I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty sad when they went to like $12 like 10 minutes later, but yeah. Well, we said that if Tesla breaks this area here, it could technically get to like 433, 34. Like it could get to this range in here since it's a clear trade. I'd say the minimum condition that we'd need ES to do here is probably at least test the 9596 area. Like around this point here, like the... Was this the 25-minute mark or was it this? Oh. So these are more in line with 4544. So I guess technically we don't really have to till here, but I feel like if they can test this area as early as here, then it could give us better odds of actually getting maybe a break of this area here, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tesla's a really nice setup. It also broke its 11 and like a lot of its 2-month ranges today. Like these are also really good previous spots. Like if you look at this on Tesla today, this is a clear trade. Like, do you see it? Look at that. It's not exact range. It's not perfect, but this is still a really good setup on like these previous 2 to 3 month ranges. And you can see it like especially off like this area here. Do you see what I'm saying? Yesterday's actual session was like closer to like 352. Like if you watch this on like a 5-minute, do you see this? This 371 break is huge because that's what can push it to the 402, 403, and that 414, which can basically give it a... How much range is that actually above there? Above 414, is it 32 points? I never measured that, but I wonder if it is. What's like the next range off that 403 mark? Oh yeah, it's pretty close to it. Look, like 435. Do you see this? That's interesting. So I wonder, I don't know if it would go all the way back to all-time highs, but it could get close by end of year. I like the 11-month chart on Tesla. No breaks here on Tesla during the early period. This was the earliest. This was the more probable around this period here. ES getting some better structure breaks here. We need some more viewers, guys. I need at least 75 viewers. I don't know why the view count is so low lately. I used to do spaces on X before, and I actually used to get like 700 to 1,000 viewers on there. So I don't know why Twitch's view count is so low. But maybe that's a good idea, is to actually start going back and doing the spaces and then linking it to the Twitch stream, you know? Because my Twitter view count used to be way higher than this, like than what I get on here. But even on here, I normally do average at least like 65 to 100 people. I don't know why it's kind of low lately. But that's a good idea. No, I didn't post it on Twitter today. I posted the Tesla setup this morning on Twitter though, but I didn't post that I was streaming. Maybe we could do a... Should I start a spaces? My phone's almost dead though. Can I start a spaces on desktop? I don't know if you can or can't do that anymore. Can you start a spaces on desktop? I don't think you can. Oh, hi Turo. That's a really good idea. But then again, I haven't done a spaces in a while, like probably over a year, so I don't even know what my view count would be now. Do you know what I mean? But I guess it's more public, so that would make sense that you could like catch more traffic that way. I don't think I can do a spaces though from the desktop. Oh yeah, you can actually. let's see. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Maybe let me know, guys, if it's actually working on there. That's a really good idea, though. I don't know why I never thought to do that before. Because I think that's actually a really good idea. Oh. We'll see how many viewers we get in there. I don't really know if it's going to be much. It's also kind of like mid-afternoon Friday, I guess. Yeah, I put moving markets, yes, SPY, Tesla, Apple, I don't know. I don't know what to put in there. Thanks, guys, for the help, though. Well, I think people would also, like, benefit if they were to tune in. Do you know what I mean? But... not many people so far. Probably have to rebuild that traction. Also, my view history in general since, like, Elon bought the platform completely changed. Like, there's not many people listening. And so many bots. Yeah, they have. Hi, everyone. Bots have definitely taken over Twitter. We'll see what happens here, though, but... I had the live open on Twitch and YouTube, but a bit quieter this afternoon. I feel like a lot of people have also just kind of stopped using Twitter in general. You know what I mean? I don't really think there's that many active people or active traders on Twitter lately. We'll see, though. I might have to start doing some collabs again, too, with some other people. All right, so we've got some odds here on ES. We tried the long off A8. I wanted to see if they basically bring this back at least to 9.550, 9.675 during probably mid-session around 12:30, 12:38. Better odds of retesting closer to like 12:44, 45. Tesla kind of just sticking around, but it met all of its afternoon conditions here too. Pretty good odds on Tesla to come back and retest around the 12:40 to 48 window, which I'll post here. Oh, I didn't realize singles and doubles is on here. Hi, singles and doubles. Thank you. You're always the best. And Jason. And Lynn. I just hate all the spam that we get on Twitter now, though. It's just kind of annoying. It doesn't really filter it out as nicely as it used to before in the past. So let's see here. We had some odds as early as 12:30 to get a retest of 59596. I think getting back over the 95, 9550, 96 area here is going to help decrease risk and increase odds of breaking and clearing that 65.9850, 65.9925 overhead. We're still targeting 66.01, 66.02 today if they're successful in breaking these ranges during mid-session. Otherwise, they have pretty high odds of staying stuck in an inside range, which so far has been the case. If they're able to break during mid-session and tag the 66.01, 66.02 range, we can keep our odds in play for the 66.04, 66.05. I think max range probably capped at 0810, which honestly they're not even required to do today. I think that the only requirement is really to see if they can at least tag the 01, 02. If you guys have questions too, you can just ask. I got a pretty good handle on my positions now. So Tesla has some odds here too at 1232.33. These were kind of early odds, just like the 1220.17 window. Not as high. Definitely a bit higher as we start getting closer to like the 1240, 1248. Maybe we'll mark 1238 though, since that's an odd on ES. And also the midpoint on the session here, around 1238, 1244. So 9.5 retest at 1230 is exactly what you wanted to see. We're not really required to fully clear until around the 1235, 1238 window. Like maybe probably like the midpoint in here. By clear, I'm talking about clearing 9.550, 9.6, like this range in here. I'd start getting more concerned if we're not at least testing that area. Like let's say they stall beneath 9.650, which I don't think they will, but let's just say that they did around 1238, 1240. That's when I'd be concerned. But I feel like odds are pretty good here that they're going to give us the breaks that we need. I'll paste this on Twitter too, since these are the odds. Hi AK, I haven't seen you in a long time. There is a we are live too on Twitch if you guys want to tune in with the screen. I don't think I can do that on Twitter. I'll share the link. Apple kind of just stalled at that 234 mark, but we can still look to see if Apple comes back to break those high ranges. NVIDIA trying again too, so we can definitely look to see if NVIDIA can come back and break this wall around that 1240 to 4448 window. NQ's been a lot stronger than ES. Well, this is a really good retest here on NQ. Also, NQ, even though it didn't retest the high, it did retest like the high sticks, like the high of day stick at this point in time, like the 1216. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Do you see this? Like the actual high of day stick, like open close, was retested at 1216. So on NQ, I think that's actually a very important detail to maybe point out here. Okay, is that the high of day open close was retested there and it closed above the low of the high of day on that 1216 stick, which gives really, really good odds of breaking highs as early as thank you. I know, I just feel like people could really benefit from the streams too, you know what I mean? Like we caught literally the entire Tesla trade today. Let's see if this gets the break around that 1238 window on NQ. NQ, I think we said if they clear this area here, then they have odds to push. I don't know if it's going to give the 24,152 today. I feel like they've limited odds a lot. Yeah, but I guess can't help everyone sometimes, I guess. I don't know. Where did the... Oh, it is... Oh, I didn't see it because it's highlighted in here. Okay, we'll see. I think breaking mid-session, though, could really help us the second half this afternoon, especially from preventing us from staying stuck all afternoon. We'll see if they can break out. I want it to be at least over 6596 by the midpoint, like around here. So far, they're reducing range and stalling right here, and you can see that. That's probably the exact range of the differential between high of day. Let's see, 2.25. Probably close to like this 9.7 mark. We'll watch to see if that's kind of the range break we'll get during these points in time. Tesla's getting super close, guys, to its earliest period. I said I was going to watch around 1238, 1240. Even though 1240 was the best odd, ahead of that would be even better. So like 1239, 1238. This is the better window, though, in terms of breaking. So we'll see here. How many think that Tesla's going to get a high day break during this point here? Tesla high day break between, we said 1238 to 1248, I think was the window. Better odds closer to like 1240, probably 44. I think the midpoint would be like 4445. It doesn't really have to even break the high. I think it just has to at least retest it. So, in other words, kind of like what NQ did, you just want this to at least try retesting these high of day ranges. Does that make sense? So, like, this high of day stick, at least 392.96, okay? And we already know that there's some slight overhead around like the 395.50 to 396 area. So we'll see. Can you guys get some votes on that, please? I want everyone to vote on that. I don't want it to be like 2-3 votes. You need my theory behind my why would you need my theory if I'm streaming? I'm not losing viewers. I haven't really created enough viewers. That's just your stance on it, maybe because there's a misconnection or something. I'm not here to give people my theory. I'm demonstrating it. So, and you're watching it live in real time every day. And if you watch closely enough, then you'll pick up a lot of things on your own. It's just whether or not someone's here for alerts or if they're actually here to learn. If you're watching Tesla today, then you'd know exactly why we're watching those times, because I actually showed everyone the 3-bar setup. So, following along is more on a personal basis. I can't help everyone stay on track. Everyone learns differently. I'm also not here to show people my time techniques either. That's my own edge in trading. You can think of this as entertainment, I guess, or watching to help you. It's not really to give you my time theory, especially for free. If you want to learn and watch along, then you can. I want to see the full reduction during the 1230 to 1244 window, just to see if it equates closer to like this 65.98.75, 65.99.25, and so far it does. Like exactly 4 points beneath is ranging right back to these areas that we know are an overhead. So we're gonna Well, Tesla, we're essentially watching some really clean setups, right? So some consolidation periods. Tesla moves in a 32 to 33 point range on average. Okay, so something like Tesla. I don't know if you can see this. These are like the past gap moves on this one. So, and it should be ranged around like here. These are also some past structurally breaks. This is how it could basically, it's a math equation to get it back to all-time highs. It's kind of hard to, a lot of the time basis is also math related too. So but I haven't lost followers or viewers. I just haven't really gained any. Tesla getting a nice break here. Really good timing for Tesla. See if we can get some better structural breaks at these points in the day, especially post 1240 and this 1248 window. These had the best odds of retesting highs here. Do you guys remember what the 1248 frame was? I think it was, I know we had some odds around 106. I think it was the 66 minute. So far, this is looking like a really nice continuation setup this afternoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe till, I don't know if it'll run till close, but we'll see if they can break highs here. If they can break highs during this window, then it's setting up for some nice duration until session close today on Tesla. What did we say the high ranges here were that we wanted to test around this period? This area here, right? 392.96. So it's we're still retesting the high of day stick here, which is exactly what we want to see after some nice consolidation over that hourly period. Just over an hour, I would say, and just under an hour and a half on Tesla. Yeah, but you're also asking for something that's like, that took me years to learn. Do you know what I mean? And to create. You're asking for something extremely advanced and individual that no one else in the trading world does or knows, right? For also for no cost too. That's just, for me, it's not worth it. It's not worth my time. It's not, for me, it's more of like if someone wants to watch me, you know, time things, and that's up to them if it can help them with their trades, right? And if they pick up on a few things, then great. But to give out that, you know, confidential information, just, it doesn't make any, I don't see the benefit in that for me. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's my own personal edge that I created. And I think that's just fair, to be honest. I don't think any other trader right now in the market is timing Tesla's high of day. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that that's happening. So it's just, and the exact price that we can break on these ranges and that we had odds today. So it's just like, for me, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would I do that? At that point, I just write a book and publish it or something. These are the mid odds around 4.4, 4.5, like between this 1240, 1248 window. So there could be some odds as early as this. I just prefer that they try breaking ahead of 4.8 just so it increases the odds around this window here, since we have odds for continuation post 1 o'clock. We'll see though. Tesla getting super close to a high day break here. I'm gonna need someone to record this in Discord just so I can go back to it later in the session if I need to. So we did say too that these were the max ranges for the session up here, and off this cleared or like sustainment around this 396. So that's why there's a bit of a wall here, guys, around this area. Okay. Like the mid-range between like the 386.90 to 75 areas right where we're stalling, and same with like the calculated range of like the 403. I think it's 403.08, but that's part of the reason why they stalled around here earlier. So I would just want, if they do come back and clear, that we get some better structure breaks the second time around. Okay. Like so far they're ranging maybe closer to like 401, 402, but if we get some breaks of 390, basically 395 or so, once they start giving us some better structural breaks above this 390, 389, closer to like 396, our odds are going to really increase. So let's see here. 4748 had the highest odds for Tesla to retest high of day. Some really, 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 really good structural points. This isn't really spoon feeding though. How's it spoon feeding? I told you the exact time frame. I went through every single minute by minute, the exact price action we have to see, the exact range breaks we have to see, the exact price points you have to see, why you have to see them, the reduction in range, the equation it takes you back up to, what time frame we're using. That's not spoon feeding. It's spoon feeding if you're not listening. That's just my honest opinion, right? So like I already said why we're using this time frame, what we're looking for during this time frame, the kind of PA you want to see here. If you think that's spoon feeding, that's insane to me. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Spoon feeding would be telling someone to buy here and sell here. That's spoon feeding. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just like not, there's no, that you're basically saying that there's no learning here, which is, to me, I don't see how that would be the case. Do you guys think that this session today on Tesla was spoon fed? I think in the sense of like understanding that we can get range, maybe, but like in terms of like the structure, the PA, the range, the price action, the times, I don't think so. I could be wrong. I'm just trying to understand how this wouldn't have been a learning session. Like what? Did you just tune in? Mind you, we also discussed Tesla yesterday before this move even happened and went over the move that could happen today and why. New high of day here on Tesla, right on time at the 4748 mark. This is really going to help us get some odds to get some range breaks today back to that. I think there's still going to be an overhead around 39596, so that's why I'm being a little bit cautious here, because they do need to break that wall in order for us to really increase our odds of getting the full range, which is around 402, 403. I don't think it's worth giving classes though. I don't want to give classes. My strategy is extremely advanced. It requires a lot of effort. It's also something that no other trader does. So why would I don't want to do that. I'd rather just trade. You can read some of the reports and stuff like that too, but to me that doesn't make any sense. I don't really have, like the reward for me is extremely low. I hope you can understand that. I don't really, there's not a high benefit for me in doing that other than it's very, 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 very time consuming. Also something very hard to teach. There's a lot of math involved. There's a bit of an extension window here between 1248 through 106, 113. So I want to see if they can trigger these, the three, like that 395, 96 area during this point in time. Tesla high a day break though right on time. I think that 66-minute interval is what we use there, which could be a really nice continuation setup today too on Tesla. They did take out the highs, right? Yeah, they did. That makes this valid, guys. This is a valid setup. This is a bit invalid, but that's why we have to kind of pay attention to what happens around 110 and that 106 period, just because the highs weren't taking out, like, obviously as early as, like, the 1215, 1218 mark, but I think we're going to watch, I think it was a 78 through 106. I raised my profit area on Tesla on this break. Trying to keep as many runners as I can. I still can't believe we got this big of a break on this thing. Those calls should be up almost 2,000% now. That's insane. That's a huge trade. Can someone write this down just so that I have it here? Like this 394.99 and then also 395.43. 395.43. I think this is the first overhead area here. And we want to see if there's volume here, guys. Can someone write this down? This is 50% of the range here, from the max range to the cleared area of 386.90. Okay, off this 395.43 mark, roughly. And that's some good volume there. This is giving us really good odds that we could actually trigger that 400 mark today on Tesla. See what the range would be off our 389.50 areas, close to 396.71. And off of this what is that spot? That's kind of hard to see. 390 area, 397. If we can pick up pretty good liquidity between 395.31 through 397 area, okay, then our odds are really going to increase of getting full range today, okay? Or at least into Monday's session if you decide to roll your contracts. So I don't know, I just think it's pretty disrespectful to say I'm spoon feeding if I'm streaming for like 6-7 hours with this much detailed information. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's kind of disrespectful, to be honest, to say that. Especially when I'm trying my best to show everyone like the exact sort of ranges like that you can look for. If you find this too difficult to follow, then you could probably just stick to very base theory. Also, I don't always trade individual names live. I mostly trade ES, so today's a bit of an exception. And you've only been here since yesterday for 3 hours. So you're making this theory that I'm spoon feeding for after watching for 3 hours in total, which is a super unfair assumption to make after watching me for 3 hours. I'm a super advanced trader, okay? And that's just simple. That's simply put, I'm a really advanced trader. And you're definitely not going to learn anything that I'm trying to show in 3 hours. I'm sorry. You're going to have to sit here and watch for a long time. Whether or not you want to do that is up to you. But to make a statement that I'm spoon feeding people after watching me for a total of 3 hours is insane. That's crazy work. And you don't have to necessarily understand everything. Do you understand every professional's, like in sports or anything else that you watch? Do you have a full understanding, or do you just also enjoy watching it? Like that's the difference here. That's extremely disrespectful. And the fact that you think that you're owed learning that, or learning my edge that I've spent like 6-7 years trying to perfect is also really strange to me. Because I definitely don't owe anyone anything. I don't even owe anyone a stream, really. I'm just doing this because I want to. Like, to help some people out. You need to learn how to trade structure first. And at least have some consistency in trading. Maybe before tuning in. Reductions in range on ES and they stalled, brought it back to like the 6591 area. So again, we had some odds just after 1. Seems like they delayed, which is pretty much the case on ES. We did say that they could take all the way through till 130 on this one today, which would be the worst case scenario if they wanted to really, really reduce range, which so far seems like that's the case. NQ getting that break just ahead of 1 o'clock. Pretty important window here too, since we're running out of time. And we said that on this break, we want to try triggering 24120. That's a perfect stick break, guys, for NQ. NQ triggering exact calculated range here ahead of 1 o'clock and right on that 24115 stick break. This is setting us up for the full range here on NQ today. ES a little bit delayed, but catching up here. We've got like 2-3 minutes to go. I'm going to watch just after 1 o'clock too, since Tesla has some odds just after 1. Maybe around like 104, 106. Do we have any catalyst after 1 o'clock today? Is there auctions or anything today? I forgot to check this afternoon. We'll have to see here. Okay, let me change. I think I need to change my exit on my. I think I have it set too low, I think. Because if we get a break, well, I don't know. I'm trying to consider premiums too. I didn't use my spreadsheet today on SPY. NQ though was stronger, and I did figure that was the case today on NQ. That's a really good structure close. So this area here is directly linked with this area here. What was today's opening range on NQ? $24.40. These could be like the 78 point to 84 point ranges too. Like the 13, 14 point ranges from today's real-time open, by the way. Yeah, but I'm also not a beginner trader though. So like, I'm not a beginner trader. I'm an advanced trader. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm an advanced trader. I've been trading for 20 years almost. This is year 19 for me, right? So like, I'm not going to go backwards and start over when I'm trading live. Like, I'm live trading. This isn't like a course. This is live trading. This is how I trade live. This is my style of trading. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm just showing it. I'm just demonstrating it. It's not like if I was charging you for a course and doing this, then I'd understand, right? You're watching an advanced trader trade. But you're watching an advanced trader trade, right? That's what I'm trying to say is like, and you're making that assumption that I'm doing that. Like, you probably have to watch me for at least a month or two, and trust me, you'll pick up things on your own, even being a starter trader. You're also really distracting me right now too in the middle of trades. I never said you said I'm a beginner. I'm saying that you're watching an advanced trader trade as a beginner. You're watching me trade as an advanced trader as a beginner. That's my point, right? And you're expecting me to show or demonstrate beginner type strategies as an advanced trader. I'm not showing people how to start off trading. I'm live trading. There's a huge difference. Do you get what I'm saying? I have to do advanced techniques to make sure I'm hitting accurate price points live. I'm live trading. This isn't a course. This is live. These are trades that I'm taking live. Like, I don't know what part of that you're missing. Nowhere did I say that I'm a beginner. I'm saying that you're watching an advanced trader as a beginner, expecting beginner courses live, which makes no sense. If you just sit back and watch, trust me, you'll pick up on some things. Our conditions were reset this afternoon for some delays. 659550 retested here ahead of 1 o'clock. We said that we could get delayed all the way through 130, 136 now, unfortunately, since they're keeping this extremely tight range on ES today. Tesla getting some reductions here too after stalling that 395, 396 area. And we did say that this was a big overhead around 396. Just something that you could keep an eye out for. See, even something like that completely distracts me from my own trades. You know, like for what? And off a very important metric that I've waited all day for. So thank you very much. This definitely seems like they're starting to limit this now after stalling that 396 mark on Tesla. They brought it right back to 39179. Same with ES stalling off that 395.50 retest here. Pretty late delays on the index this afternoon. Apple kind of just stalled. I still think NQ is the stronger of the two today. See if Tesla can get some turnarounds back post the 106 to 113 window. We did say that we had extensions all the way through till after the bell today on Tesla. We're going to watch Tesla after the close. There could be some news here because there's a lot of odds after the bell, like just after the bell. So just maybe keep that in mind. Tesla could have news released after the close. See if we can get some retracements here, at least back to that 392.79. I think that was a prior high of day close, right? And then this range in here to see if this keeps this in play. 421. What is that area? 400. Do you guys see why they really decided to kind of limit the odds a little bit today on ES? ES wasn't bad. It's just kind of super back and forth, especially since they might only have a max range of like 6501, 6502, which is only 2 points off today's highs and 1.5 points off yesterday's highs. And they don't even owe us that either. It's only if they want to break out of this inside range this afternoon. Usually when that's the case, they have to really keep recycling ranges back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, which makes for those tightening types of days. I still have my stop into off that 8.5 mark just in case they did bring this back. I'll be right back, guys. Give me like 5 minutes. Sorry about that. We could definitely watch some of these midpoints here. Even though we had it marked around 1, like we can look at the 1257 stick between the 1230 window, so maybe like 16-minute mark, probably like right around here at 113, 114, just to see if they give us at least some early retest to maybe increase our odds of getting back to that 9.6 mark before then, since they really reduced odds here. Tesla kind of stalled and delayed during this period back around that 391, 392. I also measure the range on ES in reduction during that period. So like off of this range in here to here was about 5.25 points. And I figured that that implied the retest of yesterday's highs, maybe a slight break. I don't know if you guys can see this. Okay, like 6,650 off like the actual points here, 6601. We can definitely watch for that there. I was also thinking like maybe some midpoint range is likely close to a 4-point ratio. That's probably going to be right around that yesterday's highs. Okay, so still implying a lot of overhead near the 6K mark and that 6601 mark. I do want to watch to see what they do off the 1314 sticks, since they're these midpoints. Also want to see if Tesla can retrace. That's perfect retracements here, guys, on Tesla. Can someone document this? I drew this box range here during this period to see if they can bring this back to that 392.96 and retest that 394.19. And I don't know if you guys can see this, but let me just remove the time. Do you see that? That's perfect range back to that 392 mark. 392.96, whatever that price point was. This can help keep those odds in play. Let's go back and mark some of these because I actually didn't mark all of them. I think this is close to like 354, 345 or 145. Sorry, 154. Some of these extend pretty late past too, but and then the earlier marks around like, I wouldn't really count these though, because these are not really the best looking structures. Like they're okay, but they're not great. Like I wouldn't use those. Probably the 145 to 154 window instead. This is aligned with our 1247.48 window, okay? And something else that we can watch here too, guys, is you see how they broke and they continued for a period of, like, so from 1240, okay, through the 1247.48. You see how they broke highs there and they continued for a period of, I think, 8 minutes or so. 5 minutes, 6 minutes. We could maybe look to see, since this whole duration is until 145, 154, 224, we could maybe look to see if we get some early breaks. So maybe 5 minutes ahead this time. Okay, so that's where we could maybe start watching, like, I don't know, 145, 152. Maybe watch this 5-minute window here post the 118. Overall time range was like 17 minutes from that high to low, which could maybe give us some odds around the 117 mark. Okay. I think that points to a lot of odds around this window here. Between 127 and our 130 window, which we normally watch anyway, so it's not like it's something odd. Is the ES getting a retest here? Yeah, it is. 114, 115 getting some retest here on ES. These were some midpoint odds here. So again, off this range here, since we had some odds as early as 130, 16 minutes of this range is approximately the 114, 115 area, okay? So some good odds for retesting here. 38 would be this 18-minute bar, right? Like 19 minutes. So maybe like right here. Where exactly did they close there? 659475. 649525. These are the midpoints in time. Right here. Like some mid structures ahead of the 130, 136 window on ES. Tesla getting some really good breaks. So basically this point in time is the earliest period that Tesla can come back and retest its 147 stick, okay? Based off that 5-minute interval and how long it broke. So basically this retest here of our 147, 148 stick. Can someone document this, please? Izzy's calculating about 5-minute breaks between that 147 and 148 and the high of day. This is an approximate point in time that they could give some retest here around 117, 118 of this range. The reason why this is calculated because we had a 5-minute window here, and I also just extended 5 minutes basically post our 113 flip, okay? So 5 minutes from 113 would be right here. Like right here, this is the 5-minute window. So we had some pretty good odds of retesting these bars here. Okay, let me just shade them in green so you can see. I think they hit that to the exact spot. They did. Wow, to the exact penny. 39392 tested at exactly 117. Okay, that was the opening price of that 1247 stick. This is a really important time of day for some of these midpoints on Tesla here. Based off 1247, 1248. 1247, 1248 extends us all the way till around 154, 145, 224. So the kind of breaks in range we get around this time of day is pretty crucial. So far, some slight reductions in range on that 39392 stall. See if they can immediately negate that. Yeah, still kind of stalling here, but it's still meeting all of its metrics. So yes, retesting 395 here is what's required to keep this basically extended till our 130, 136 period. Looking to see if we can get that negation stick here. Some good action here ahead of the 130 window. I don't know if you guys can see this, but You see how Tesla tried retesting this 390, 392 here, stalled by a few cents just beneath this 8.7 mark. This is pretty important that it breaks back over this price point here, okay? The price point was met on time, like ahead of that little 5-minute window, which is good, but they haven't broken it. They stalled exactly at that 39392. So when it does come back and eventually break, it would have to clear 39392 and that 39439 in a single stick break, basically. And in order to do that, I feel like this window here, since it's off that 17-minute interval from the highs, let's say through the lows, is likely pretty important that it does that to keep odds in play for 1245 and 1254. All right, let's see here. How many think we're going to break the 659675 wall here? So last time I said, well, as soon as we break over 6596, we're going to get some nice structure breaks, which we did, and they took it right to our 9850. They stalled 9875. Okay, I think this is a pretty important time now. Like, we're starting to cut really, really close. I feel like if they don't break before 2, we actually could stay stuck in an inside range, which I know sounds insane, but that could be a possibility. And I feel like not meeting that range today would really suck. Like, I don't even want to go that much higher. Just a point or two. That's it. And then at least give us some odds of getting maybe these areas this afternoon. You know what I mean? Because so far, I think they've kept us pretty tight within our minimal ranges, right? So usually we range 12 to 13 points for starters, 17 to 22. So we've hit 22.75 ranges from high to low. Okay, from a high to low basis, we maybe still have an odd to get a 33-point metric. It's starting to cut it pretty close, though. From an open to close ratio, we haven't even hit 12 points yet. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we haven't even hit 12 points. That's pretty low. From where they open the real-time session, do you see this? Like, this is what could keep us quite limited. Okay? From real-time ranges. So that's part of the reason why we've hardly moved today. But if they give us, if they end up doing the same thing that they did off lows and give us 17 to 22 points, that's how we could get that 6608 to 6610 12 mark, like basically the neutral zone, which, like I said, it's not required. It would just obviously help our odds for next week, closing in a neutral zone versus a bear zone. Like, I don't really want to close in this area here. Tesla finally getting a nice break here, right ahead of this 1227 mark, which is what we need, because we basically want to break out of this wall here by then. And I think we said 394.39. This would be that 17-minute interval. I didn't measure 17 minutes off the 13, but I would imagine it's, or the, off the low, I mean, but I would imagine it's probably right here. And then off that 13 stick right at 130. Do you see that? And then off the measured range, probably closer to 3536. Perfect price point, guys, to be at the 125 mark here, because we want to get back over this 394.39. Yes, we want to be trading above 659675. I didn't do a poll, but I thought the odds were pretty high that they could break this here. Actually, let's do the poll. Let's do a poll. I'm too slow though. Hold on. 9675 659.850 retest by 130. I'm only going to set this poll for 1 minute. Can you guys vote on that, please? This was the earliest window here. NQ stalling this time, so this is actually kind of interesting because in the past, NQ's broken today and ES stalled. Currently, NQ stalling. The best odds were closer to 148, 150, but these were some odds here if they extended and delayed around 130, 136. Look at where Tesla stalled. 394.39 retest here on Tesla and then stalled. That window is between 127 and 130, so we'll see if it can get this range break here in time. ES kind of just sitting still here. Let's put the soundboard on for fun. So I'm still long my ES position, guys. I'll let you guys know when I cover. We still have some time. I feel like once it starts getting closer to like 2 o'clock, 2:24, then I'll start getting a little bit more concerned. But so far it's still holding off 8.6, 8.8 pretty decent. Can we afford stalling 9.8 this time though? Let's set some alerts here. Let's set this to the 9.798 mark. Let's set one for 6.9675. Tesla, let's set one for the 9.450 mark. Since we've got this window here. What did you guys vote? What were the majority votes here? Oh, it was tied. Okay. 50-50. That's interesting. That means that maybe they test it, but then slightly stall and then push. Let's do one more pull then. Because I think that pull I just said between by 130. Between, let's say, 130 to 136. I'll set this for just 2 minutes. You guys have to vote on that one quickly though, since we're approaching 130 here. No cheating. Because they could easily reduce range during this period again. If they do that, that's going to delay us again, which we obviously don't want, especially at this point in the session, because now we're starting to get pretty close to maximizing our time ranges for the day. Tesla's odds were closer to like 3.7, so I don't know if ES would be anything similar since we're tracking Tesla today as the primary one for timing, but so far they're stalling and reducing range, and you can see it off the 9.6 stall. You need some pretty good sticks, especially off the midpoints around like 3.2, 3.3. It's not like we even have a big condition to meet. It's really just getting back over 6.596.75. Okay. What did you guys vote? What should I vote? By 1:30 I had voted no. I think we could at least test 9.675. I don't know if they'll break 9.8 here based on this slight reduction, but I feel like they could at least retest this. I would say if they can break this area by the midpoint, like so 3.2, 3.3, then we have pretty good odds of getting the full range back, okay, by let's say 136, 137. We're going to keep that extra minute here just in case, because that's more aligned with Tesla today. Okay. 130 obviously has to get over this 9.550 wall. I do think NQ also needs back over this 24,107 area too. So probably by the midpoint. So like by this 132 mark. All right, let's see. 9.6 being retested here on ES. Okay, you guys voted yes this time, so. Like I said, I think a lot of it's going to be relative to what they do around 3.2, 3.3. Like this point here. Especially if they start stalling or reducing range here. Start watching these in the smaller time frames. Remember how they brought up that 5-4 stick earlier by like the final second? You guys remember that? At 10:54 when we were timing that earlier, and they tested 9.6 the last 5 seconds. I feel like we could get something similar here. So let's watch the second intervals over these next few minutes. This is the 133 stick, right? When does this stick close? Here. These would be like the last 5-10 seconds. Okay. Because I feel like if they stall this point in the day, they'd probably come back to retest this 9.2, 9.1 area. I think it's a pretty important time to see if they can at least close over this 9.5, 9.6 wall, okay? To keep it in play for this 3.5, 3.6, 3.7 area. So far they're reducing range and giving some more delays, which seems to be the theme on this inside session today. Are you guys surprised by this price action? Tesla, on the other hand, did test our spot here. I don't know if you guys see this. Around the 3.3 mark. 394.23 retested here on Tesla. This is giving some pretty decent odds for the 137, 136 retest. I don't think that Tesla has to retest high of day as early as this, because we technically have till 145, 154, but I feel like it has to at least break over this 147, 148 stick, okay? Or 1247, 1248 stick, sorry. So if you kind of watch this on a naked chart, this is the area that we need to basically be trading above during this time period. Otherwise, it's going to really start to reduce our odds, okay? And you can see how they tried to break down the range at 130, and they're trying again here off the 3.5. So you might want to look to see if they can save the range again around like 137 to 136. Kind of like what ES is doing here. Like I said, if they stall here at 3.132, they can easily come back and back test this range here around 9.2, 9.1 and continuously delay this. I'm going to mark the 5.4 on here just because that's a mark for Tesla, but also because of the 5.4, 5.5 from earlier, and that was the hourly interval. I think Apple's still kind of just stuck in this range here. Do you guys see how it retraced that? That's exactly the price action I was just talking about. Look. Do you see that? Look, they easily retraced it right before 3637. That's the kind of PA you'd want to see here on Tesla. So 394.23 being retested here on Tesla. These are the exact price points that we need to break during this point in time so that we can avoid getting stuck and keep odds in play for retesting 396 and pushing to 400 today. This would also keep it as a durational trade till at least 3 o'clock, potentially until 4. Tesla has some odds today for after the bell, which means there could be some news today maybe. Okay, these are very important points here to see if they can hold these two time intervals here in these sticks. Like, so this is a very good time and price analysis here. You could even use like the 66 minute just to track this. This flips at 154. This could keep odds for just after 2. Let's see here. 39439 being retested here. That's that 247 stick high. It's so important. It does it at 1:37. Look, that's exact time, guys. 1:37 p.m. Retesting that 1247 stick high. That's so important for structure breaks here. See if they can get follow-through sticks. This would also be important for ES. That's why I marked that 3.7 just in case it's correlated to Tesla in terms of retracing back over 9.5. Okay, because this can help negate, bring it back, retrace, especially if they hold closer to, like, let's say 9.2, like we were saying. 9.5 being retested here on ES. We said we're going to watch that 137 and 138 window. That's a perfect closing stick. ES closing above 394, not ES, sorry, Tesla closing above that 394.39 mark, right on time at 137, 138. This is really, really precise price action here, okay? This is what keeps you in play potentially till that 2 o'clock window, or like just before 2. There was that next odd around 145. You have to kind of see, though, if they have continuation during this period of time. So this is kind of like now the period that you want to start coming back to maybe retest that 394 or 395. Pressure gets a little bit higher to retest highs during this window. Do you have to retest highs during this window to stay in play for the duration of 3 o'clock today on Tesla, you think? No, you don't, because you already took out the high during this period. I would say in order for this condition to have continuation, you probably just have to close above the prior session high, so like above this area here. You don't necessarily have to take out the high. Does that make sense? In order for the structure to stay valid. So we don't have to take out the high before 154, but I would say that you'd have to at least sustain above these prior structure highs, which is close to that 394 mark, which is this 147, 148 stick, okay? Or 1247, 1248 stick. Kind of like this. On the 78 minute, do you have to take out the highs for this to stay valid till 224? Don't get this wrong. This is really important for some structure learning here. Would you have to take out the high range during this period here, you think, for this to remain valid? What do you guys think? So that was 224. Midpoint would be around 209. What do you guys think? Do you need to take out highs before 224 to have some continuation there on Tesla? So we've already confirmed that we don't have to do it by 154. We just have to close above these price points here. Do you have to take out highs by 224. What do you guys think? Yeah, you do, right? Like, that's not going to be valid anymore if you don't take out highs by 224. You don't know why? Because that's not a structure break. You haven't taken out highs on that interval. That's an inside bar. That could delay you. That could extend you. That could end up turning into like even like the 79 minutes in an inside bar now. Do you see how this could delay you till end of day? Maybe they keep it sideways beneath 400 or something, like beneath 396, 397 until 350, 351. Do you get what I'm saying? That's if they want to really delay things and keep it like an end of day trade. Does that make sense? They would kind of keep you stuck until potentially end of day. So you don't really want that, obviously, if you want continuation on the session on Tesla today. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah, or after hours maybe. So, and so far that's what they're doing. So this isn't bad price action. This is really healthy PA because it's still above this 390, 392. And so far now they're sustaining really well above this 1247, 1248 sticks. But the kind of PA that we're going to get during this period here is essentially going to determine whether or not they might want to keep this stuck, right? For like maybe until end of session today, like closer to the close, right? Or until at least after 3. Does that make sense, guys? And that's how we'd know if they're going to maybe limit range to, you know, to maybe here in real time and then maybe push this area here by the close. So we have to start getting a lot more cautious. Okay, let's do our final pull for this period here on ES. Okay, ES odds. This is a very important window now that we're approaching. 154, 1140, no, not 11, sorry, I keep looking at my time of day, sorry. 148 to 154 p.m. This is now starting to get into a window that we're getting very tight in terms of time and staying stuck on an inside break. Can you guys vote on that quickly? Because I didn't realize we only have 3 minutes till 148. 145 was the first odd here on Tesla. I think that was the, I think this was the 65 minute, which it's not a bad time frame, but you see like this structure here, that's not really proper for range, okay? A trick too actually is like, you see this, how it broke at 1247 versus 1240? And this is 145. You guys listening? If it tracked similar timing breaks, okay, you could maybe look at this as like there's a 7-minute window here. Does that make sense? So you have an odd of maybe breaking on Tesla within that 7-minute period, okay? If it's gonna do something similar to what it did during that prior period. So you could maybe watch like 152. Which would make total sense if you're trying to break ahead of 154. Does that make sense? What did you guys vote here on this? Did you guys get your votes in yet? I'm voting yes this time. Don't copy just because I voted yes. I feel like the 154 is just getting way too tight now for the 6596 break. So very similar to last time. The 148, 149, 150 period is going to be similar to this 130, 132, 133 midpoints. So if we start seeing similar price action like we saw here, our odds decreased. Yes, right? Like, we can't really afford these reduction sticks. Can we afford stalling during this period though? For a little bit? What do you guys think? Come on, come on, come on. Hurry, hurry, hurry. You guys are too slow answering that. I think we could afford to stall a bit because we've got 6 minutes of time. I don't think we want to reduce range though this time. Okay? So I don't care if we stall a little bit. I don't want us to reduce range. They can reduce range after they break 9675, not before. Okay? 148 had the highest odds here on ES today to come back and retest this 659675 after stalling around that 130, 136 window and slightly reducing range. 659675 being tested here at 147. This is more progressive than this prior window here. So at least we're getting the retests and range breaks. Tesla, we're going to watch to see if they can retest highs as early as 152, 154. Yes, we should see some range breaks here. See if we can get an open close above. There it is. 6597 being broken here on Tesla, on ES, sorry. See if we can get some good closing sticks. 659675 open. That's the exact opening price here. Do you guys see this? Off 148. That's insane. That's a perfect time and price on ES, you guys, for that 48 mark. This is going to really help our odds, especially because now we have a bit of a window through 154 for this retest here. We had some odds around 659925, 6025. This is if they break. So that's kind of annoying because it basically means they can just stall yesterday's highs, which is technically all-time highs, or they can just break yesterday's all-time highs, okay, by like 0.25. So we're going to have to pay really close attention here. I'd say we'd have to be trading over this 9.8 by probably 5.1, 5.2, okay, for this to actually get the proper structure break, which is in alignment with Tesla's 7-minute interval here. Okay. Majority voted yes this time, or no? Oh, you guys voted no. Okay, 9 out of 8 voted no. Interesting. Well, so far, you guys are half wrong, because we did break 659675 at 4748. You're half right if we don't break 989850. So, I voted yes this time. Seemed like the odds were a little bit higher. I did vote yes the last time too, but I said with the condition that 132 breaks and it didn't, so. So we said we're going to watch the 5.2 mark just because there's some confluence there with Tesla as well. Plus it's also ahead of 154, so let's see. These were the earliest odds for the high of day retest here. So we can maybe mark these price points on Tesla to see, like these high of day sticks. Probably need to open close above this. Tiny reduction off 150. You know what though, this time I never expected it to get that single stick like I did back here. Like back here, you see how it had like this immediate stick break to 9.8? That was important to reduce risk this morning because you don't want super heavy risk like early in the session because that could obviously increase odds of getting some mass structure breaks. Right here, we could afford like being a little bit beneath 9.8 since they could be limiting range, but I don't think we could afford being beneath 9.675 like I was saying before at this point in the session. All right, let's see here. Let's see if we get this 9.850 retest. Where's Tesla? Tesla, we want to see if it can basically get like a 395 break. Where did it stall right here? Did it stall exactly 395 on Tesla? Let's change this. Pretty important window right here. Over these next 3 minutes. Who voted no? Picking up some liquidity here at 5.2. 5.2 was the mark for Tesla, so I thought we could maybe watch that, but technically 5.3, 5.4. This could just give us like an idea if they're actually going to get the break here at 5.3 on ES. I have some alerts set. NQ getting the break though. Look at NQ's break, guys, at the 5.2 mark. NQ retesting high of day here. 152 to 154. Super important period to see if they retest the high range on the indices. This is where we really want to start seeing some better structure breaks. Did they break on ES or not yet? What time is it? We're getting pretty close. NQ retesting 24,120.50. This is an extremely calculated level from yesterday's open. Okay, so this could imply taking out high of day here, which is this calculated area off that 154 stick. 154 retesting highs here on NQ. Yes, stalling a little bit here during this period. They might do what they did before, around 154, 155. Which was kind of wait till final seconds, but I just wanted to see if they'd at least be above this 9.675 area and ideally retest the 9.8 window. So far stalling a little bit more on ES. I think Tesla stalled too, the 395 by a little bit. So we could have those delays that we talked about. Maybe like through the midpoints. There's some odds just after 2 for the market, but which would be our window between like the 5.4 to 24 mark. I think it's close to like here. See if we get some follow through sticks off the 5.5. How much range did we get here? I would consider that a retest of high of day though. Okay, they still tried retesting that high of day stick. Do you see that? High of day stick closed at 359725, which is where this mark stalled. I don't know if you guys can see this. And I would bet money that the range on this stick probably would be enough to come back to take out this high. Do you see that? Or like retest this high range. Like, look. Isn't that interesting? 1.25 from there would have been the high of day break. Oh, NQ is getting the break. Maybe ES gets it post the 5-4 window between the 2 o'clock break, since it did close above this prior high of day close. So still a valid retest of highs. What about Tesla? So basically the 66, we can kind of, we said that this was fine because this already took out highs, remember? So Tesla didn't have to take out highs at 154. Does Tesla have to take out highs though before 224? We talked about this already, and Tesla did have some odds around 205, 206, 2 o'clock, so we could maybe look at, yes, having kind of a similar type odd if high of day stick is retested during that 152 to 154 period, which it was. Let's see here. So I was right about that though, because I did say that I think we could test that's 9675 at a minimum. Maybe retest 98, but there's a chance they could stall. That's exactly what happened. Usually if they want to reduce range, that's usually the case. We'll do another poll here in a second. How many think that they'll take this above by 2 p.m.? So like the 159, 2 p.m. window. 2 p.m. break. I would say you'd probably have to break before 2 though, so that you can at least be in this zone during that secondary period. Otherwise, we could be stuck again for another hour, okay? So kind of like what we said earlier, they basically made it so that they kept it stuck right here, brought it back at 11. They did the same thing. They kept it stuck back here, brought it back at 1. 659798 break here at 58. See if we can get the push. We said 9925 was the first overhead on the 9850 break. Let me just double check my position. Did Tesla break 395 here? Yeah, it did. Tesla has some odds again. During this window. I just really want Tesla to break highs before 224. If it's after 154. As long as they can at least try retesting and breaking. Where did we stall here? Right at 9850? Right? So we said there's going to be some overhead here. I just want to be over 9850, honestly, on that 2 o'clock print, or even 98, just so that there's at least better odds of not staying stuck during this range here for over this period. We're also going to watch the 204, 207 window on ES, considering Tesla has some odds around here too. NQ broke highs though, right? NQ had a better odd since it was retesting our calculated range. Calculated range was 24120.5, so NQ had a better odd since it tagged that right off that 5354 mark. I don't know if you guys saw that. So NQ hit the exact marks that it needed. ES not so much. I'm not surprised though. Like I said, they could keep this very, very, very tight on the index today. It's not really going to be like the best trader. I did say NQ was a little bit better in terms of constructive PA. So far, Tesla's implying very similar to stalling and maybe saving some range, but we'll see here. Still has some time. They at least retested the 39531 wall. I do think they have to retest that 96 overhead this point in time in this area here to keep those odds in play for end of day. Okay. So you guys are actually 3 for 3. So I don't know if you guys voted yes or no before too, actually, on retesting 9850. They basically stalled exact high of day, right? Is what they did? Is that what they did? Or did they stall just beneath it? Just beneath it. Okay. Tesla, on the other hand, is what's kind of stuck on some of these inside ranges. I guess we can watch the 232 window too. Oh, maybe then there is a little extension. I just kind of like the... That's off the 113, but I kind of like this a little bit more. 106, 124, 1030, 1035. See how they kind of went a little bit sideways. Still an inside range here, but you have until 3. That's kind of what could make this delayed. Okay, so like not breaking during that 230 window on Tesla can keep you stuck all the way till 3, potentially till 350, 351, if they really wanted to. I just want them to progress price. Progressing price just means at least retesting 396. Okay, maybe getting a slight push to 39665. Even if they did something like this where they just come test here, come back down. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't really care as long as they give us some decent PA to keep these late odds in play, okay, for maybe getting these end of day breaks to this area here. Otherwise, they might cap range here for real time and then keep that range in play for after hours today, which we said was a potential probability. All right, let's see. We had some odds again that opened up between 204 207 for the retest. How many think we're going to stay in an inside day today on ES? So beneath 6,600. I didn't really think that odd was super high if they held 8688. I'd say that odd was way higher if they didn't hold 8688 back here, but because I feel like them protecting this range means that they want that odd to give us the 6599, 6601, 6602 break, but they're cutting it super close. Yeah, I do too, but staying inside means that they won't tag that. I don't think that that's a super high probability. Like, I feel like if that was going to be the case, they wouldn't have held right here. And they wouldn't have held here. And they probably wouldn't have even broken or tested 9850 here. Especially if, like, they're delaying until end of day. Like, if they want to save range till, you know, 2:30, 3 o'clock, pin the close at 4, then it makes sense that they're going to keep this extremely tight this afternoon. Do you know what I'm saying? If they decide to break before 3, then we have those odds of getting, like, 66, 05, 08. That's where we can have our extensions for end of day. I'm just trying to have, like, realistic expectations. 204 getting the retest here on Tesla off that 395.31. I think it stalled 2.8. This was kind of a 2 o'clock wasn't actually a flip. I was just watching because of the 2 o'clock window, obviously. And then we did say that around 209, I think, is the midpoint between the 224 and 232. Above 6,599 for sure. In the neutral zone. We don't want to pin the bear zone. Pinning the zone in general would be okay, like 6.5, 8.8, 9.9, 9.5, but it's still a bear zone. The only reason why I wouldn't want to pin there would be if we didn't test 65.99, 66.01. Does that make sense? If we test there, then it doesn't matter as much. If we don't test there, that we don't want to close in the 80s or low 90s. Does that make sense? You break over 66.01, 66.02, you can afford to close a little bit lower. You don't test there, you can't really afford to close lower. You're closing in a bear zone, and that's between this 8.8 to 9.9 area. So it's kind of relative to, sometimes testing upside reduces your risk of a shitty close. Or like reduces the risk that is imposed by that close. Does that make sense? So if you test here or here or here, I don't care if you close here or here or here. Do you get it? If you stall here, I care if you close here, here, or here. Like if you stall here, you better close at least, you know, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, at least mid bear zone. Do you get what I'm saying? To give you like at least a better odd, right? Like you'd want to close at least over like 9.3, 9.5, 9.6. These are all very pinnable areas for the session today. And they're closing the week off in the zone, so it makes sense. Tesla getting the retest here. Tesla had a calculated odd, I think 209, if I'm not mistaken, was the midpoint here. I just have to recalculate it to make sure that that's actually the case. Hold on. Off the 5.4 mark. Where is it? Yeah, I think this is it. This would be the 15-minute mark here. Can someone document this? 209 calculated time for a high day retest on Tesla. Let me see here, 38. The window would be between here and 213. That's probably the more ideal point in time ahead of 224 and 232, just to keep some odds in play, okay? Does that make sense though, Slipperman? Like why that would be the case? It's kind of like if you pass a test that has a higher grading, right? You can afford to not hand in an assignment. Do you get what I'm saying? It's kind of the same thing. It's a very similar logic. Like if we can pass the higher interval, then we could afford to maybe close a little bit lower. ES getting a retest here. Tesla had some odds at 209, so we're going to watch this 209 to 213 window. NQ retesting here, 2 at 209. 209 retest off that 24.1, 20.5. This is perfect timing. Again, on NQ. NQ's been a little bit better than ES today, you guys, especially for like the price points. I think they still tagged 9.8 here though at 209, didn't they? Yeah, they did. 6.59825 retested here. I think we got a 9.8 close at 209, so that's good on ES. Tesla kind of stalled. There's still a little bit of some time. Technically, we have until 224, 232, but this would be the better point in time to break. That'll give us way higher odds of not staying stuck all afternoon on Tesla. Does that make sense, guys? Like within a very tight range. This will help us progress price action here. Okay, let me focus a bit here. Hold on. Do I have an alert set? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, basically. Let's at least look to see if they can close over these like midpoints. I just want to mark the high of day ranges here. This is 50% of the time interval. Can Tesla afford to not retest high of day by 224, 232? Look at that immediate negation here. So they reduced range a little bit. Luckily it was before the 13 mark, but kind of annoying because that could have been the break of that stick range here. $230, $232 is usually an important window anyway, like in general for the market on a daily basis, so it's going to be pretty important that we watch that. I guess the 1148.49 lows too could be in correlation with that. Pre-market lows today, 418, 417 in the morning. Maybe we'll watch these. Let's take a look. Hold on. What is that? This flips over at 234. Let's mark these guys. These are linked with some of the session lows. 234, 1, 03, 236. Okay, that's cool because that's actually correlated with our times that I figured they'd probably 236, 309, 236. This is still close. 618 is probably just after 236, 154, 232, 308, 232, 4 o'clock. Okay, so we're definitely right on the timing aspect of things. Like this is going to be a very, very important period for ES. Can someone write that down, please? 232 to 236 window on ES. That's a very, very, very important time of day in correlation to lows, which we already were watching that window anyway on Tesla, but we're going to still put some emphasis here during this period, 234. Okay. Slight delay here. I did prefer that they broke up right here, but it's okay. Thanks, Dunks. Well, we're close to hitting our max weekly range from the report, right? Like my max weekly range from the report was 6601, 6610. So I think I nailed that, to be honest, from Sunday's report. That's pretty freaking close. I'd be pretty sad if we didn't hit 6601 today, I'm not gonna lie. Since we stalled 6,600. I feel like if they would have triggered 6601, 6610 yesterday, we would have had odds of 6620s today. So some retest of 395 during this period. No breaks though. It's okay though, we still have some time here. I just don't really want them to stall before this 230 2 to 236 window, 224, especially now that I know that ES has odds at 234. Okay, clearance on ES. This will be an early odd by the 224 window. This is more in line with Tesla. Can you guys vote on that? I think ES has better odds at this window here, but we'll just watch this anyway. Where's Tesla? Tesla's stalling a little bit here. Like we said too, if Tesla stalls during this window here, that this could delay till 3. And it could also start limiting range on the session for this one. Same with ES. Apple's getting a bit of a turnaround though. NQ is meeting conditions. Just hasn't taken out highs though. I guess we can mark this on. It's just kind of shitty when it's like such a tight range. Yes, okay. How many think that Tesla, let's do a Tesla poll. Tesla high a day break by 224 to 32 window. This is basically the window that's going to help us determine if they're going to keep us maybe stuck in an inside range. Can you guys vote on this one? Because Tesla's been a very interesting one to trade today. I do think that it's important that Tesla at least retest highs at this period, at least the 396, just to give us some odds of getting a potential push end of day. Like this is the 50% marks between these ranges here, so would really increase our odds of getting the full breaks to 399, 400, 401, potentially that 403 mark. I don't know if we'll get 403 in real time though. I feel like that's, especially after they stalled 396. How long has this been, like the duration? This has been at least an hour and a half, right? Yeah, it has. And the fact that if they don't break here, they could stall for another hour and a half. That's basically till the close. Do you see what I'm saying? Like until end of session. Look at that. That would be till like literally 401. That's why Tesla could have some odds today. That's really interesting. Look, from the high to our 24 mark is 91 minutes. So if they don't start turning it around end of session, and we have that odd at 351 too, like this 355, then look, they could easily wait until end of day. Isn't that cool? Like right into the close. So this would be an after hour break though, or like final 5-minute push on Tesla. I can't wait to see what Tesla does the last 15-20 minutes of the day. We're gonna watch the earlier odds here too on ES. Like we said, just kind of to keep it in line with Tesla. Odds usually around the 2 o'clock window usually start at 218, 221, 224. Just for reference, guys, it's good to always mark those every single day on your charts. Like this 218, 221, 224, 230, 232, 236, 238. That's usually a very important time of day on the index. Their common denominator still stalling 50. Let's see, we're getting so close here. Come on, Tesla. What's the high here? Let's put Let's put a break around 80. Let's see. Where is NQ? NQ is breaking. ES, I think, is breaking. Let's see. We've got... This is a very important window, okay? We should be able to break this time, okay? It would be very bad if they don't break during this window here, since this is the time of day that's linked to overnight session lows, okay? So you want to try breaking session highs during this period. Does that make sense? On ES, like stalling back here, all of this is fine. Not breaking the session high during this period here would be pretty bad. I think that would imply that they would keep us in an inside range. So pretty important time of day to see if they can get some range breaks. Tesla so far doesn't look like they're going to give that break ahead of 24. That's starting to imply that they might want to keep this in an inside range for a period of an hour. It's pretty crazy that they're literally stalling like 659,850 to the exact penny. So 2-4 reduced odds a little bit both on Tesla and ES. The window is a little bit closer to 230, 32, 34, 36. But like I said, I think that this is going to be the most important window for both ES and Tesla today, because both can still stay stuck for a duration of up to an hour, okay, until end of day if they really want to not break range this afternoon. So very, very important now, okay? Remember what I said, I think the first break of 9,850 is going to be around 99, 9925. This was kind of a calculated spot here. They're doing it post 2-4, so that's a 1 minute delay here. Can someone document this, please? 1 minute delay usually implies volatility. 6599 being tested. There we go. That should give us a 659925 break. The second overhead we said was 65.9975, followed by this area here, which is just above all-time highs. Okay. And just beneath it, so very, very big spot on ES here. Really important times of day. And they're breaking here ahead of 230, 232, 236, which is really good because this is the earliest time that we can basically test the 6601, 6602 range, okay? This is what's going to give us odds, guys, of maybe getting 6608, 6610 on the session today. 6599.50, we set that there's an overhead at 9975, 6600.75. NQ also getting those nice breaks here. We're getting very close. This is session high, session low odds between 230, 232, 234, 236. These are the highest odds for ES to test. Our all-time high right now. So if we don't break during this period, it's going to make it very, very sticky, okay? We have to meet these conditions today, though. I'd be very disappointed if they didn't, because this can really help us reduce risk into next week. What do you guys think? The current all-time high is 6,600. Can you guys vote on this quickly, please? And as many votes as possible, just because this one is now hitting the calculated time of day off session lows to session highs. Yeah, we did. 6601 was one of our max weekly targets. That was our first expansion target on the week, and then 6608 to 10 area. If we do it at this point in time, we're doing the exact point in time it's going to hit that in real time. These would also be the midpoints here on Tesla, like around 2.8, but Tesla still has some time. As long as it, I don't really care if this stayed in an inside bar, as long as it immediately negates it on this frame here, okay? So like, which still gives it that like 5-minute window, but it's pretty crazy to see that it's just stalling, you know? Let's get more votes than that, guys. There's 60 people watching. Let's get at least like 40, 50 votes. Because technically we're still in an inside range by 0.5, okay? So if they're going to keep us in an inside range, we're going to know based on this point in the day, trust me. And these are the calculated spots that I had for the week. Okay. So the highest odd was I would say 3.2 to 3.4. This period here of breaking that 6,600. 6,600 is the exact high of the week, right? Like they stalled exactly 6,600 yesterday, I think. I'm dehydrated now. I need water. I marked 230. 230 wasn't really a high odd. It was closer to 230, 234. But if they do it early, it would probably be this 230, 31 point. All right, let's see. They're gonna stall us here and keep us stuck till end of day. And whether or not they're gonna break, they're just hovering just beneath all-time highs and right on time. If they break ahead of 3.2, that's where they could expand. Okay, 6.5 like 02. 6602, sorry, 6603, 6604. That's because they'd have time to continuously break. If they stall around 3.5, 3.6, then I'd be a little bit more concerned, but we'll see. I don't think that they'll stall though, but I could be wrong. Tesla so far stalling though. Tesla's implying that they want to kind of keep this in an inside range, unfortunately. This so far isn't really getting some nice structure breaks. This could delay till at least 3 o'clock. And these are some pretty wide range sticks here on the 230, 231 windows. We'll see if it negates between 232, 236. ES stalling here. Let's see. So majority voted yes. 32 votes for yes. I think only 10 for no. Three, 4, I think had the best odd of getting that break. So we'll see. Do you guys want to watch in the 5 seconds here? 3-2 is the earliest. I think if we break at 3-2, then we have really good odds of pushing 6601, 6602. There it is. 6600 being tested here at 232 exact time. That had the highest odds for the session today on ES. No break though. They have to take out 6600. Yes. Well, that's really good timing. These are linked with session lows, so they haven't broken it yet though. Look at this. We'll watch on the 30-second interval. Volume's picking up though. I did say that we had better odds around the 3-3, 3-4, but at least they're testing here at 3-2. This is the 3-3 mark, right? They closed at 6600 exactly. If they break at 3-3, this is going to really help us. There it is, 6601.75. Exact price and time. Look at that. That's exactly the kind of range you want to see on that stick break. 6601.75, 6602.50 tested. Those were the exact calculated ranges on that break of 6600. And right on time at 232, 233, which is going to help us for our 234, 236 extension here. This is perfect time and price, guys, on these range breaks here. This is what could keep us in play for 6608, 6610 on the session today. That was really good on timing there. I did cover some there. That was my first cover, guys. I hadn't covered anything off that 8-8 entry. That was my first cover. That was my first cover on those calls. Nice, M-Dog. That's the first cover for me. That's a huge spot. That's a huge time of day. It's nice that they did it off 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, because this is giving us odds to push here off the 3-5, 3-6 stick. Weekly targets met, guys. These were the areas that we really wanted to trigger today just to reduce some of our risk into next week. I really want us to close in this zone area today just so it reduces risk. I didn't really want to be stuck between here and here. Technically speaking, though, because they took out 6601, 6602.75, I don't really care if they close at like 97, 98, 99, as long as they took out 6601, 6602. But this was really good. Look at the volume, right at 3-4, 3-3. This is insane. Look at the stick break. That's actually crazy. 6601.25 closed 2 on that 234 or 233 stick. So let's see what they do here. 3-6 is kind of the last odd. These were the highest odds to take out session highs on the session today. Yeah, well, Tesla made sense though, because it didn't break ahead of 224. 224 was pretty important, otherwise it stays stuck. These are also technically enough to be considered max ranges for Tesla on the session if it wants to push a little bit in the second half instead, or like the later half of the session, like after 3 o'clock, closer to 350, 355, or in the after hours. Tesla is also up like 7-8% today, so I mean, anything above this would be an expansion kind of scenario. We'll see if they retrace it back during the 237, 3 o'clock window. It's basically just in an inside range. Oh, wow. Look at this other template, guys. These were the exact spots. Look at these marks. That's actually insane. I did send you guys this template for those that wanted this. Does anyone want the template that didn't get it earlier? I marked these earlier for you guys just so that you have them for the target ranges. 602.50, 602.75 is a huge, huge, huge area on ES today, okay? I can't believe they actually hit this on time. And they closed at 66.01.50, 66.01.75 off these periods too. I only left the second half in case they give us those extensions to like 66.08, 66.05, but obviously you could have covered some here. Now we've basically hit a 26-point ratio, so if they want to give us 33 points, if they want to, this is now finally getting close to getting a 13-point break. Okay, so 17-point break. 12-point break, 17-point break. This is where we would have some odds now of getting these types of extended ranges, so closer to like 66.08, 66.09. They should be right around our 60. I highly doubt they would take it to 66.14 and 13, but technically speaking, they could have that range. I felt like it was more limited to these areas here. Like the next target area would be around 65, 66.04, 75, 66.05 area. My throat is hurting. I'm just going to mark these on here just because this is the cleaner template. These were my weekly targets for those that are new here. Like these ranges here, these were the weekly targets to hit by end of week. So anything above this range here, technically the market doesn't really owe us much higher than this. I think now we've hit basically a 128-point range on the week, maybe, or pretty close to it. Pretty close. Okay, so, and these areas also align with the 60, the 17, 18, 22, 33-point ratios. So like 33-point break here off session lows would also be around here. 17-point break off session close would also be around here. 13-point break off session open would also be around here. Okay, so we've got a lot of overhead around the 66.08, 66.09, 66.10 range. Do you see it? Off session open for the week, there's some odds that they could push like close to the 10-12 mark, but basically the neutral zone. That's the zone that we wanted to end up in by end of week. Because we had a core-to-core week, there were some odds that they could push us to like 66.20s. I think those odds are kind of low now, but I mean, I guess unless they give us some crazy break end of day, that's why I only covered half off these ranges. But honestly, like, I don't really, it's not a huge deal breaker if they don't. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is more than enough for me. 66.20s would be an exception. Okay. I'm so glad they didn't keep us in an inside range. Do you see, though, that this structure hold implied that they won't keep us in an inside day? Like, I thought that those odds were super low based on where they held here. I don't think they would have held here if they wanted to keep us in an inside range. And I don't think they would have tested 9.8 during this 154, 155 period like I was saying on the stream earlier. Like, I highly doubt that would have been the case. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I did cover half, so I feel pretty comfortable here. Tesla, I have my end of day runners still. Apple, I have some end of day runners still. Apple is a bit slower. NQ got way better structure breaks here in continuation than ES. NQ, we were targeting 24,152. That's the equivalent of ES hitting 6608, 6610. So it would make sense. I think these actually might be the 84 point marks actually. Off of here. Yeah, they are. That's, remember how I said earlier that you can also do 12 times 6.5 or 13 times 6.5, like the minimum ratios of 84.5. And if you did it off today's like real time range, which I think was like right here somewhere. That was the first overhead, I think like right here. That's why they stalled there. And then we said that if they get that secondary break of like 17 points, they could extend 110 points. So that would be like this area here. That's why those would be the target ranges, okay? And then we also said off of this range break, these are going to be like the 84 marks, okay? Off our 6.2 overhead, these are the 84 marks. Do you see it? And that's actually where they ranged overnight highs. So there is some overhead here on NQ, but I think they have better odds of triggering this area here today with tiny, tiny odds of getting here. I don't know if we're going to get all the way to 24178, 179, but I did think that there was some odds of 24152 and off session lows and our calculated ranges. I think we said that these are the 143 marks. That's why they stalled there before. And then I think we said if they give some crazy, crazy range, no, this definitely wasn't fast. That was pretty calculated, and like they waited till the times of day that were correlated to overnight lows. This would be 33 times the 6.5 range, which is like 214 to 220 points. I don't think that they'll take that much range today on this, like if they did it off here, but a mid-range could be like probably in between like the 22 and 32. I don't know, because like 143 points, we've already broken that from lows, you know. This makes sense though, because this is like the 26 point ratios on ES. Does that make sense? Like 26 times 6.5 is like 169, 172 points, like this range here. ES, if you're looking at this from like a high to low ratio, this is probably 26 points. Do you see that? Look, 26.75. Are you guys paying attention? NQ traders, pay attention. 26.75 here on ES. We're basically ranging between 22 and 32 points here, okay? 26.75 times 6.5 would be the equivalent on NQ, which is 173.87. Can someone write that down? 173.87. If you look at NQ off the calculated ranges, that's probably where they're stalling here. So our calculated ranges that we calculated yesterday was this area here. Okay, and that's actually where they hit exact overnight lows. 173.87. Look, that would be exactly where they're stalling here. Isn't that insane? Look, that's insane. That's actually crazy. So breaking this range here is what could give you that push for the 29, 32, 33 point ratios. It's actually insanely accurate on the math side of things. Okay, so, and I calculated these spots yesterday, not even today, and that's exactly where they held last night. And then we calculated that 24, 0.6263, and that's where they had stalled. If you guys saw that in pre-market, look. That's exactly where they stalled. So that's the same ratios as ES right now. ES is trading at a 26.75 ratio off lows. That's the same exact ratio that this is trading here. And we calculated these spots yesterday. That's the crazy part. So I wonder, because we said that these were the 110, right? And these were off real-time opening ranges. These were the 144 to 43. I think this was, so this is probably the 173, and these are probably the 220, 221. Yeah, they are, right? Do you see that? The 220, 221 is the same thing as 33, 34 points, I think, right? Because 34 times 6.5 is 221. So if they start hitting 32 to 34 point ratios, it would be around 208. Can someone write that down? Because we're still trying to get better at the NQ ranges. 208 to 214 to 221 point ranges. Okay? And those could be some of the max ranges for the session if they decide to clear here. So, which obviously might be a little bit hard, but that would be like this range here. I don't think that they'd give us that today. They could give us maybe like a 32 point range, which would be around those spots there, but like if they did 208, 210 points, if they kept us kind of sideways between a 29 point range, that would be closer to like 188 points, which is probably closer to like this area here, okay? It's actually really, really cool that they did that. So I didn't have these marked because these are like offsets. I don't usually measure 26, 27, 28, 29 point ratios. I usually only measure between 22 and then the next range would be 32, 33. So these are the 32 to 33 point ratios here, okay? And so far, this is insanely accurate. Even the timing that they broke this above 120.5, even back here at 54, like this was super good timing. Could see some volatility coming in here. That has to be news on that stick, I would think. Tesla's still stuck too, like I said. Pretty high odds for this to have stayed stuck until later this session, especially after hitting some of those inside bars. Okay, so a lot of these hit some inside ranges. A lot of these don't even flip over till 342, 351. Let's look at some of these. This kind of went into a reversal till 3. This one is in a little reversal till 250. So they have some odds of turning it back around just before, just after 3, but I would still be a little bit cautious now on your Tesla runners. Was that news on that NQ stick? Do you guys know? Was there news there at 249 or 250? What was that? I didn't see anything on my screen. Okay. That's actually funny because I didn't realize that Tesla had a flip at 250, so could also be that 249 stick. Tesla held though. So I want to see if they can break this up by 3. Obviously the 5.4, 5.5 marks have been very popular today, so we'll keep watching those. But I think if ES can break this wall here before 3, this could actually get a nice push. Apple News? Oh, that's probably what that is. That makes sense. That trade was very annoying though, I'm not gonna lie. Like the the 8-8 long was very annoying. Well, the odds were there and the range was tight, so. You held it too, though, didn't you? Getting some nice stick breaks here ahead of this 5-4, 5-5 period on ES 6605.75, 6604.75 were our next price targets here. Let's just mark them. I don't know how it got deleted. We want to try getting in this neutral box, so in this yellow zone, basically. I mean, that's okay. I covered half earlier. I'm still leaving the second half because we could obviously get this range here and a tiny, tiny odd of getting the 20s. I don't know if we're going to get the 20s today. That was kind of like an extension on the week, but obviously a lot of that is going to depend on where we're trading here before 3. You know what I mean? But this was kind of the next range with the 08, 09, 10 having a lot of overhead. Yeah, and it is a core-to-core week, so I'm trying not to forget that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, based on where we opened this week and where we held, it is a core-to-core week. So core areas usually link to the 20s. So, but I do think for that to be the case, we'd probably have to sweep the neutral zone. Does that make sense? Like, they'd probably have to take out 6608, 6610, probably buy that 330, 336 window. Like, I don't think that they could stall this area for like a period of like more than half hour, 40 minutes if they're going to actually try giving us this range today. Does that make sense? And we already know that that would be an extension, so. I also want to see if Tesla can make a turnaround after 3, like back over the 393. So far it's still holding off that 392, 393 area, which is still that prior, where is it? That prior break right here. But I think it needs back over this area in here. Well, if we get some really good end of day trades, yeah, that would be nice. See where they're trading here by 3. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the washroom and drink some water and maybe eat something really quick. I only covered half my position, guys, on that 0102 break here, okay? I left the other half in case they give us these extensions. I'll obviously start covering if they bring this back beneath 9.8. I'll be right back. That's a good recovery on Tesla here, especially by 3. At least to kind of help reduce the risk a little bit during this last hour. See if we can get some progressive price action here now. Perfect. That's exactly the kind of sticks you want to see. Just to help make sure that this doesn't stay stuck for another hour, because that would really suck. ES kind of stuck, but that's okay. These are technically some max ranges on the session today. NQ, though, broke to 24,152 and 154, if anyone caught that. I did say earlier, too, that NQ has way better range today than ES did. And then if it breaks these areas, especially by 3 or like that 254, 255 mark, and you can see it's trading above this range here at 3. NQ trading right at that 24,152.50 at 3 o'clock. These are extremely calculated price points that we looked at yesterday and the day before for end of week. This is putting odds in play for NQ to trigger 24,175, 178, 179. Where is Euro today? I didn't see him around. Did any of you trade NQ today over ES? Nice. Vinci, did you trade NQ? Oh. That's okay, you will. I think individual names have been good today too, though. You don't even have to trade NQ or ES. You could also just trade, you know, some SPY contracts or SPX if you wanted to. Or Apple. Apple was pretty good today too. You guys think Apple's going to get that 237 today? I don't know if it's going to do it anymore. This is starting to stall now a bit. I think we need to get some better structure breaks over 234.51, 235 this last hour. Thanks. No problem. I hope you're making money at least. I want you guys to make money too. I don't want you guys to just sit there and watch. I think the 8.6 to 8.891 long was pretty good. Just the patience part of it kind of sucked today. You guys help me stay patient sometimes though, because then I'm more pressure to hold. Or obligated to hold. Because you guys are also holding with me. This is true. All right, let's see here. I ate way too fast. Apple getting a retest here of the 234.48 just after 3, which is good. We wanted some relative strength after 3 overall, especially on Tesla. What are these even flip over? Pretty sure a lot of these are not till later in the session anyway. I think this is 4.2. So 342, 355. These are all super late. Still keeps Tesla in play till duration of the session today, especially after they came back retraced here ahead of 3. Back over that 393.60, 394 range. Really good odds on Tesla into the close, so we'll have to see what happens there. Apple getting a break here of that 234.18. NQ had really good breaks over that 24.152, 154, especially ahead of 3 o'clock. I still think this could trigger these upper ranges today on NQ. I feel like this area has to be, I don't know. I feel like triggering up here today might be a little bit hard, but I guess we'll have to see. We said that max range could be like 221 off this area, right? 210, 205. So I mean, maybe. Like, if they give, like, a break of this area here, right? Like the 182, then we could get that 222. That's, like, closer to 24, 190, which I think the equivalent, what's the equivalent of that? If it breaks that much range, that would be ES breaking 33, 34 points, right? Is what we said. So ES breaking 33, 34 points off lows today would be, I think ES hitting like the 10.08 spot. Okay. I lied. It's closer to like 1900%, but that's still a pretty crazy move. I haven't covered the second half of my Tesla calls yet either. I'll let you guys know when I do. I only said if it comes back beneath like 389, 390, then I would, but that I have no reason to cover yet, especially since odds are high for end of day. And I'm so mad that I covered half or a quarter of these at like 7 and then they went to 12. So I kind of want to save the rest of the runners here for end of the session, unless of course they start stalling and failing, but I feel like I might as well squeeze every penny out of those contracts as possible. It feels a little greedy, I'm not gonna lie. NVIDIA ended up stalling. I covered this one earlier when it didn't get a turnaround. I wonder if this one breaks end of day though. Really cool that the 65, 6601, 04, 0575 ended up being a pretty big overhead here just before 236, just after 3. It was an okay trader earlier and then it kind of stalled off these ranges. The range on it wasn't even that high anyway. Like I was targeting this area here with odds of extending to here, but when it started stalling right here, I figured it's probably gonna just delay. Let's see. These are the midpoints for those 79, 78-minute intervals right here. Like close to here. Okay, so I don't know if they'll get the full breaks, but I mean, because that was 224. And a lot of these run till close. I mean, maybe. How many of you guys are still holding some Tesla calls? on the session. $400. I still have my 382.50s from the morning, like from my entry down here. But I feel like I'm being extremely greedy with this now, but whatever. I had no reason to sell, so. Because I also knew that we could go into an inside range for up to an hour and a half, right? Like at least 66 to 78 minutes. So if we look at it from like the 137 interval, these would have been some odds here if we're looking at it from like that 154, whatever it was right here. I think these would be the turnarounds. This is the 66-minute turnaround at 3. Do you see it? These would be the 78, 79-minute odds to retest here. So maybe we have some odds of retesting here. So this is a very interesting way of looking at this. So this isn't a time frame. This is utilizing one time frame against another one. Does that make sense? So if we're watching the 66-minute, I'm teaching you guys something, by the way, and we're looking at a 78-minute, okay, time frames, you can also kind of use those metrics to measure off of those intervals. So like off 154, you can measure 78 to 79 minutes. Even though the 78, 79 don't flip till later in the session, they could be used as like intervals from these points in time here. Does that make sense? This is also a reason why we could have some odds after the bell today for Tesla. And I'd probably measure these intervals off like that 154, 224, like off this point here, right? So that's why there could be some odds to around like 330, 333, right? Like 342, okay? But there are some early odds as early as now, since we had better odds at 154, 55. Even though Tesla didn't break at this time, NQ and ES did, right? So it would still be a valid point in the day. Does that make sense? Like that was still a valid time frame, just because we didn't get structure breaks on Tesla. ES still tested 9.8 at that point. So, and we still met the conditions of retracing back that high of day stick in the 4.7 sticks, 4.7, 4.8. So that's why maybe there could be some odds here off this 13, 14 stick. This would be like off 204.09, closer. So there's a lot of odds on Tesla in your imbalance prints today, it looks like. Maybe we'll just pay attention there. This is off the 2.4. Okay. This is off the 3.2, which really reduced odds, but that's around that 51, which was already a calculated time anyway, 350, 351. So, but do you see this? Like, look at this. See, this is insane. Look, that's a calculated time off that interval. 314 getting a high of day retest here on Tesla. That's insane. Stick breaks here on Tesla. These are calculated time intervals based off that 78. Where's my order on this? That's insane. That actually worked. That's crazy. And look, it went directly to that 396.65. That's wild. Breaking that wall at this point in time implies continuation till that close. That was a really cool time theory if you want to go back and study that. Okay. It's a way of like using your charts, basically like your specific structure breaks, but measuring manually off an intermediate break. That was crazy that it did it right off that 14 stick. That's insane. That was off the 154 and 155 stick breaks, which were really important times earlier. So And the nice thing is too is they had continuation at 04, so this could keep this window open here. They also are stalling right around that 39665. And I did say that we have to meet these price points here to keep us in play for end of session to maybe get these ranges here. That's a huge range break. Now I'm crying that I sold some of those contracts earlier. No problem. But I just give people handouts. I am holding, but I covered those. I'm talking about the ones I covered earlier, like in this area here at $7. I have my sell order in on those at like $18 and $21. They're around 15 right now. I feel like, I don't know if we could hit 18 to $21, but it's, if they break 397 and break to this area here, I feel like that would be the print. That's a crazy move though. That would be a 2,000 something % trade on those. These are the ones I bought today though. I did cover half the ones I held overnight too when we broke this area here. I feel like I could have left the ones that I held overnight and sold only half of those and left my full position. Or the ones I bought today, I could have sold half of those, left my full position from yesterday, since my entry is obviously lower, but 396.65 stall so far here. ES also getting a bit of a reversal after breaking that 6602, 6601. So like I said, I think ES is still fine as long as it maybe holds this 9675, 98 area. These are still like potentially max ranges for the session, so don't forget that. Market definitely doesn't owe us anything above these areas on the week here. There's not very much range left either. I figured 6620s were probably a tough call. I don't really think we could get those, but we had odds of 6605, 6608, 6610. Tesla has another calculated window coming up here. I really can't wait to see what Tesla does into the close. You guys think Tesla will hit that 400 mark today in real time? So my target for today was around that 401 to 403, but I'm going to put a pull on that. There's still some overhead here though. It does have to get over this 9.7 overhead because this is about the 50% range. I feel like 5 contracts wasn't enough. How are the YouTube people doing? I always forget that there's a second stream going on there. This is the overhead area here on Tesla that could give us that push to these ranges here. So let's see. Obviously, these were really calculated times, so let's maybe measure some of these intervals here. These would be after the bell. That's why I'm thinking, I wonder if Tesla does have some news today. How's the Discord doing? And yes, I know Dougie's gonna be like, I always forget to post it. What did you end up trading, Boo? Did you do NQ or did you do ES? We got to start being a little bit more cautious now since we've technically hit some areas that could be considered some max ranges for the session. Mostly on like ES and NQ, but even Apple kind of hovering beneath 235. Like this area here. Tesla hovering beneath, where did Tesla go? Beneath this 397 and that 396.65. Tesla had better odds for end of day anyway, but we'll just have to wait and see, I guess. I think it's important that we measure the reductions during this period since that 13, 14, 15 area was calculated just to kind of see what kind of range this is implying here. I wonder if it's implying like just beneath like the 399. So far it seems like that's the case, like 398, 398.50. I would imagine it's probably going to be close to like this area here, like the overall reduction in range, like 399.98. That's if they want to try keeping it just beneath like 400 or something. We'll see. I do have to sign off though right at close because I have to get the kids from school today, but I would watch Tesla, guys, like after the bell, maybe like the half hour, just to see. I'm not saying anything's gonna happen, but it would be interesting if they did announce something here. Like there is a window here today, so and I mean 400 is like a psych number, you know. Maybe it's worth just seeing what happens there. I only have runners left on ES. I didn't really like the stall after 3. Still above 9.6 and 9.675, so technically, like I said, it's still valid if it can hold this range in here, which so far it is, but we already know that like there's not too much risk to reward here. I didn't really think that they would get to the 20s today based on where they open, but you know. Tesla's premiums are also holding up super well now too. Sorry, my tenant was messaging me. Made me miss this reversal on Tesla. I just wanted to see if it's implying that they could still try triggering like the 399 400 mark, and it does, but they definitely have to try holding here pretty soon. Like this 362 reduction would be right around that 400 mark, like 400.20 that we calculated earlier, but they definitely have to hold off this 333 period. Otherwise, it's probably capped for the real-time session today, unless they do like some late day turnarounds or something. Pretty important turnaround time here, otherwise I'll probably start covering a bit more. I would say at least back to like this 9394 area. Mostly because they stalled this 6.5 spot, but there were these odds that were like super late, but we still have to be kind of cautious, obviously, considering how much it's moved today. Odds on Tesla were really late though, like for end of day and after the close. ES also really nice short after stalling our max ranges for the week here. This is also why we're seeing some sell-offs on some of these individual names. Apple actually though was holding up pretty good considering the sell-off that ES is getting here. Apple never really had a bad reversal, so. Did you guys cover most of the ES? I only had left runners basically for break even back to 8.8. You could have also done a short trade or short hedge if you wanted to. I didn't like that they took out, that they didn't keep it above the 9.9 mark, especially closer to like that 313, 315 window. And the fact that they took out 9.675, like I feel like they really had to hold around this area here to keep odds in play. Did any of you short it? This is a huge area. This area here. And we didn't really have too much upside left. I feel like if they wanted to keep upside going, they would have. They could also be bringing this all the way back though to limit the kind of range that they want to give though. Tesla, I think, has to. So far, it's holding off this 330, 336 window, but I do think that Tesla has to get a bit of a turnaround here in the next 10, 15 minutes to keep those odds in play for like the final 10 minutes of the session today. Anyone try a long here on ES? Off the 8975 holds. I basically just covered half when we tested right here, and then I covered another 25%. I left 3 contracts in case they broke this back end of day, but my entry's off 8.8. I didn't do a re-entry here though. I'm not doing a re-entry on ES. Unless we get like an end of day, like late trade. Probably done ES for the day. Tesla, like, I like it. I just don't want it back beneath like 392, 391. I really want it to hold above this box range here. Like, I don't really want it going back beneath here. Do you know what I mean? Into the like last part of the session, especially during like this period. I feel like it really has to try holding and like retracing back at least to here, like between like 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, to at least give some odds of like retesting, you know, like this 9.7 wall by like 350, 55, even if it's like a very late push or something. I'll probably start covering if it doesn't start retracing in like the next 5-10 minutes. I just don't want it to like push end of day. Do you know what I mean? You know how Tesla sometimes like you get like those 5-minute end of day sticks and then it like retracts all like back all the range. It does have odds of doing that today, so I'm trying to be a little bit mindful of that. My stop on this was set at 8.5, so that'll be like my final cover on that. And I don't plan on re-entering if it comes back. I don't really feel like managing a new trade. Especially because NQ also hit these ranges here today too. All right. See if they can hold this area and try getting back at least over this box range here. Otherwise, this is going to be at some risk into the close on Tesla. This is kind of the area I wanted it to stay above, so it's already reducing. It's already increasing risk here. I think these areas now are calculated around a reduction beneath that 4.3, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if they can retract it or not. 4.6. That's around this 401. Well, I don't think it's bad to do that, but I just feel like, I don't know, the odds are not as high now. We already hit max range. They just have to technically pin it between like 8.8 and like 6602. Do you know what I'm saying? So like if it ends up being pinnable and they don't just like, it wasn't that much range. It was like 2 to 4 points, right? So it's like that's not really worth it, in my opinion. Like obviously it's up to you, but I personally didn't want to enter. You can if you want down here, like especially if they retrace it back to 9899. Like I don't think it's a bad trade. I just don't really feel like managing another trade. Plus I have to sign off right at 2 my time. This short was nice too though, off 6601, 6602. I also still have some Tesla and Apple contracts that I have to manage too though. Yeah, there is. And we also still had that potential risk that we talked about earlier, which I don't know if they're going to do that now, but I mean, that could be a crazy short if they did. You know what I mean? Like if they actually took it back to those ranges here, that would be a nasty sell-off if they want to stall this, but we'll see what they do. Tesla has some pressure to start retracing here too off that 4243 mark. We said that there's an odd that they could bring it back to this box, right? And like I said earlier, I don't care if they did, as long as they tested 0102 first, remember? So like if they test this upside first, it reduces risk. Like I wouldn't really care if they come back down to these areas here, like between 6972, whatever we said, as long as they test upside first. If they don't test upside first, that's really bad. Who was asking me that earlier? Slipperman? Forget who. But this is exactly what I was talking about. Like this helps mitigate risk, even if they bring it all the way back down here. Does that make sense? We talked about that in the first half of the session. They have odds to turn it around here though, and Tesla had some flips at 4243, so we could maybe watch to see if ES tries holding the line here. I feel like if it wants to hold the line though, it really has to push back over like 8991. This could be the long entry, guys, on ES. Like maybe a slightly lower low from like the real-time low, but higher high from overnight highs. That could be very possible. You could maybe do SPX here. Does that make sense? Like a lower low from real-time session, but a higher high, a higher low off the overnight session. You probably get some really big sticks here, guys, on ES. Those are really good sticks. That's exactly the kind of PA you want to see. Exactly what I just said. You need back over 8975, 9175, especially off these points in time to mitigate that risk if this wants to hold. Otherwise, it was going to take out overnight lows. To avoid overnight low retest and failing to close in the zone, which we obviously want to close in the zone. Caps lock, that was your entry at 4-2. Because I still want them to try closing above 967598. I wasn't going to do any SPX or ES or SPY into close, but I took 2 SPX contracts off that 4-2 stick just to see if it ends up holding and retracing, because we could get really aggressive PA here. I only did 2 though. And that will for sure be the last trade, I swear. See if they can break that 9175 wall. If they can get back here by like the last 15 interval, then they have pretty good odds of retesting 660102. Did anyone enter off the 8384? So it's a lower low for real time, but higher low for overall session. And I feel like they did that intentionally. Especially that it was 340, 43. That's pretty crazy timing in alignment with Tesla. Because Tesla also had to hold a line at 392.41 here and come back and retrace that 393 spot. NQ also had to hold off that 17-point metric. That's insane. Look at where NQ held, you guys. That's crazy. NQ held that 24,087,088, and it's coming right back to that 24,120 here. Nice. I did 2 SPX contracts. I didn't do anything else. I didn't do any ES or SPY. If they hadn't held here though, like that 8-3 mark, which was like the upper bull zone area, I feel like it would have for sure pushed overnight lows here back into this range. So how much range is that, like the differential? That could be the difference in what we had for max range. So 7 points. That would make sense because that's like the top of the neutral zone. I don't think we're going to get all the way there, but I think they could take it back to this neutral range. Of course, we're going to watch the 4.850 window. Where do you guys think they're going to pin the close today? That was really good timing on that. I can't believe NQ actually held right off that spot. These levels are extremely accurate on NQ. I feel like NQ reacts better than ES does to the range calculations. So NQ has to come back over this 24,120. I think ES has to be back over this, probably the 9.5 wall. Tesla needs back over 395, 395.31. Like it just has to get back over this range here. Tesla had higher odds at 350, 51, 55, and right into the close. And after the close. So that's why I'm thinking Tesla could be an after hours runner. We'll see here. This whole area is a pinnable spot for ES. So really they can pin it anywhere between here. We'll see what Tesla does here into the close. How many think Tesla will take out 396.65 here before the bell? Apple kind of stalled. NQ stalled. How many of you guys think Tesla will take out that 397 wall here before the bell? So there were some odds at 5.1 and 5.5 for Tesla. So it has some odds here before the close, but most of the odds for it were after the bell. So if it's going to have some odds before the close, it really has to have some good sticks in the next 2 to 6 minutes. Same with ES. ES, I don't really care what it does here as long as it stays above the zone and closes, like I said, at least over 9.675. Ideally over 9.8, 9.850, 9.9, so it can get like at least in this zone above here. NVIDIA, I don't know. I feel like NVIDIA is kind of just stuck down here. Maybe we'll keep it on watch for next week. Apple got stuck beneath that 234. What time is it? 1:49. Maybe conditions on ES would be that it has to get back over this 395, 396.65 on that 350 stick. Like I feel like that's a fair condition, especially in that first like 30-second interval or something. We'll see where it back tests. If it tries to hold the low immediately like it's doing here, it could imply that it wants to instead push. So you would need at least this 396.75 spot here, I think. I feel like beneath that is going to decrease odds. Because if they save this range till 354, 355, then your range is obviously reduced. This is the 30-second interval, right? $9.5 being tested here. See if they can get some reclaims over that 9.6. Ideally 9.675 I think would be better. But it doesn't look like it so far. It looks like they're just trying to tag back over 9.5. You need some follow through then on ES. I want to see if they can pin this area here. Where's Tesla? Tesla got a good stick break here back to 395, right at 350. It had some odds between 351 and 355. So we'll see here. And obviously we're going to watch right at 4, but this had some odds after the close. Maybe I'll stick around for the 10 minutes after the close and then I'll leave. What do you guys think? ES stalling 9.5 so far, but it at least tested 9.5, so that's okay, but it didn't get a break of 9.675. I feel like if it doesn't break by the 5.4 mark, then that would be a tough call. Pin the close, guys. Where do you think they're going to pin this on ES today? If we can get at least a 12 to 13 point retracement here, I think that would be good. I think we're stalling exactly 13 points here. Yeah, we are. 9.6 is also a 13-point break, guys. So if they can take this up back to, oh wow, 17 points from these lows is exactly 6,600. I was thinking 6,601, like 75, maybe. But if they can break the 9,675 to 6,600 wall by the 5.4 mark, does that make sense? Like this area here. Okay, like the 9.925, sorry, the cursor's kind of stuck. This area here, and then obviously like the 17-point range, then we actually have an odd to retest this high. Because we actually still have a tiny, 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 tiny bit of range left for the session, right? What was max range? I don't know if we're going to get that fully, but there's still a chance if they can push. I feel like 5.3, 5.4, 5.5 though has to be pretty strong for that to be the case. And that could, like, I think this would be a 22-point ratio here. Yeah, it is. Do you see that? Back to 05, that's 22 points. Off the lowest closing stick. I feel like that's where the high was. Hold on. Like off here. Yeah, it is. Like right in this range here. I think that odd is pretty low. Especially if 5.4 doesn't break. Tesla getting some really good volume into the close. I just got a high volume alert on it too. All right, so let's see here. This is kind of going to be the two sticks that decide whether or not this even has a high of day odd for a retest. We don't necessarily have to retest high of day though on ES. These are all very pinnable spots. I just prefer that they pinned above 6.59675 today at a minimum. Ideally over 9.850, 9.925. 01 to 02 would be best. Technically, even if you pinned 8.891, you're still in the zone, and that's okay only because you actually tested 01 to 05 today. Had we not tested 01 to 05, then I would have been more concerned, right? So far 5.4 reducing. 5.5 would be my cutoff for getting this 9.675 break. So let's see. I like watching end of day with nothing on the chart. Let's just keep it like this for the close. Tesla getting those stick breaks here. Tesla had it on at 355 for a high of day retest. 9665 is the wall. Some volatility coming in here at 9650 on Tesla. ES also stalling here too. We'll watch that 30-second interval. How much range reduction is that on the 5-5 stick here? That definitely would have taken out range at least over 9.7, 9.6. 355 giving some volatility here, guys, after stalling on ES off that 354 mark. Tesla stalling right off that 396.65. This was the best odd for this to try retesting highs in real time. Obviously, they could still try here before the close, but they'd really have to turn around and immediately negate, I think would be the case. You can see where ES stalled. ES stalled right off the 9.7 mark, guys. Like right off that 9.675. It did close over 9.675 though at 5.4. Meaning there could be a turnaround off that 5.8, 5.9 stick, but how much time do we have left? I did cover more of those Tesla calls on that 5.5 stall. I have 2 contracts left that I'm going to just leave for the 359 stick, but it seems like they want to stall. SPX I covered, guys, when it stalled the 9675. Let's see what Tesla does here. You guys think Tesla takes out 9.7 here in real time? It's looking very slim. Like, I feel like 5.5 had to break that 9.665 wall. No, I'm done. The only thing I haven't fully covered yet is just this. And the rest of these Apple calls. Okay, let me focus on my positions, guys, into the last 2 minutes. I really want to see where Tesla breaks here. I think that 9675 wall was perfect on ES. I think NQ is back to these 20 ranges too. These are all very pinnable spots for the market. I covered the one at 5.4 when it stalled, and then I covered the second when it broke down. They could, I don't know if they'll try pushing it. I just didn't really like that they stalled it. All right, let's see here. Final minute. Tesla's wall is this 396.65 that it keeps stalling. And I ideally wanted it to try breaking that so it could give us that 9702 test, because once it breaks and clears 397, it's going to put those odds of 400, 401, 403 in play. I did say that I think we're capped for real time around the 9.7 mark. So far that played out to be very true. We'll see if they can try the last minute here. Had better odds into the close of breaking over these marks though. We've got a minute left. ES just has to basically close in the zone. You didn't cover any caps lock? I didn't like that it stalled that spot here off that point in the day. Well, let me reset this so I don't lose my chart actually.